ahead and hit the button. You have something pop up on your end that gives me permission to record. So make sure you accept that. Your liking, your image will never be out there. But again, I'll tell you why in just a second we record. So to make sure we are all in the right place, we're
She's
here for
gonna put
post
it on
licensing 302.
TikTok and sell it.
Do what?
You're gonna put it on TikTok and sell it.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do with it. Make lots and lots of money off of your likeness.
Well,
Yeah,
Know
making
my
sure
license number, so they know who to get to.
that's
They
right. They
want
can look
to
you up.
make some deals.
So we are in contracts and closings. As you guys know, you don't have to do post licensing in any particular order as long as you get them all done. Of course, we'll refresh any post licensing class or CE class you take with the real estate commission. We're going to make sure that you know how to, you guys worked hard for that license. So we're going to make sure that you know how to keep it. We want you to keep it active now that you have it. So that'll come at the very, very end. But as you know, part of your requirements as a provisional broker is to complete these 3 post licensing classes. Who can remind me how long from licensure you have to complete post licensing?
Licensure is 18 months.
It's 18 months. Yep. So don't let that time get away from you. And guys, when I say pass each class, I get through each class, I mean pass the test at the end of the class. That is part of it. So don't let that time get away from you, Jeffrey. I know you're done after this one. Gabriel, you're just getting started. So just make sure you keep that going. Failure to do post within 18 months means your license automatically goes inactive until you're done. So we definitely want to make sure that if you're active, we definitely want to make sure that you keep that license if you have any transactions going.
And you got to pay your money this month.
And you got to pay the renewal
Today,
fee.
I noticed it
Talk
was the
about that as
20th.
well. Yep.
I was like, oh, I got to renew about that time.
No, you don't.
You already got to renew them, right? And you're
You
already
don't
getting
have.
started with emails. Don't forget, it's time to renew.
Gabe don't have to renew. When did you get your
Yes,
license?
he does. All licenses expire on June 30th.
I think it's the CE that I don't have to do yet,
Correct.
at least not this
Correct.
year.
You get your first year CE off, but you always have to pay the money. You always have to pay the money. So yep, Gabe, it sounds you're good.
I didn't.
You
I
didn't pay
didn't
the
have
money?
to.
Well,
No,
then
this will
you
be the
need to
first time I paid money.
okay. Then pay the money.
What I'm saying is, I got mine in December of last year.
Of 24. So the renewal period is June to July, or I'm sorry, July to June. So when you got your license in December, you got a current license. And in order
23
to keep it current effective July 1st, you have to pay during the renewal period.
of 23.
Well, I don't know, Jeffrey. I'm sorry. So
Okay.
we'll see this at the very, very end. And I'll have resources for you to reach out to the commission if you need to discuss that license status. I can't answer questions about your individual license status, but what I do know is we have the renewal period every year and we have to do CE. So it's really important that we make sure that we're good with those. So any post licensing class you take with the commission, any CE class you take with the commission, we're going to review renewing and CE because a lot of agents, y'all, don't renew. A lot of agents don't do CE. And once their license goes inactive or expired, they're trying to figure out why. So the commission is just trying to make sure they don't have to field as many calls. So we'll get to that. We will definitely get to that. I apologize. I didn't mean to get off track a little bit, but it is just important that we know these requirements. We know that these things that we need to do. So we are in 302, which is contracts and closings. I got 2 major topics I'm covering in this class. We're going to talk about contracts and we're going to talk about closings. But guess what? I don't go in that order. I do closings and contracts. And I'll tell you why I'm the rebel and get out of order. We'll talk about that in just a second as well, as long as we cover it all, right? Carolina School of Real Estate. Of course, you guys all know or have had some kind of communication with Lane. Email is always best to get in touch with her. You guys have an email from Lane with this email address. So anything with the school, anything that she can do to help, as we discussed, Lane is awesome. And she's an absolutely great resource for you guys, especially as you continue on with post and CE. Lane is amazing. So don't hesitate to reach out to her with any questions you may have. And then the other introduction is me. And I'm going to be with you guys for the next couple nights. We got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, this week and next week. Please write down my email address and my phone number, somewhere in your top page of your notebook or whatever. I always encourage you guys to reach out to me. If you ever have a question, if there's ever anything you're not sure about, I would rather you reach out to me than not know. So please, please don't hesitate. We're going to, in just a minute, tell you about some of the resources that we have to help you guys through these post-licensing. And I always want you to remember that I am a resource as well. I am a resource. I'm here for you guys. I know my email's long, but it makes sense if you look at it. Because who am I? I am Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. So if that helps
I'm not going
you.
to type that, that's for sure.
It's
I think
long.
I got it down.
Have y'all tried to come up with a Gmail address lately? They are all taken. All of them are already
They
taken.
are, aren't they?
How to get creative.
Very descriptive. That's what it is. Thorough. The real estate instructor.
I was to that point. Just give me something, So this is what I got. All right. I always like to bring this up, but I don't have to worry about this in this class. If somebody is coming to post licensing and they have an active license in another state, they come to us with knowledge and information from their other state. But guess what, you guys? I could care less about Nevada real estate law. What we want to focus on, what we need to be, where we need to keep our attention is in North Carolina. It's going to get you through these 3 exams, and it's going to get you through, your practice, your business. So I don't have to worry about you guys. If you do have any experience, maybe you bought or sold a home in another state, maybe you know somebody did, you have some experience in another state. All I ask is that you keep it here. I don't want your peers to get confused. I don't want your peers to get muddled. So if we could keep it in North Carolina, I would appreciate that. Gabe, I know you said you were in Salisbury, which is down there in, is that Montgomery?
South.
Which one?
It's where is Salisbury in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Rowan County.
Rowan County. Here you are. You are.
Right in the
That's
middle.
right there.
Essentially.
Yep. And Jeffrey, where are you calling in from?
The great state of Wilkes. Wilkesboro.
Where's that? Oh, Wilkesboro.
Right there.
So you are up here.
Big state right there. There you go.
Boom. And I'm over here in Randolph. So it looks like between the 3 of us, we kind of got the triad surrounded a little bit, don't we? We got the best of all worlds here. So that's always interesting to me, being on Zoom. I mean, it's not uncommon to have people from, Cherokee County to Currituck County. It's not uncommon to have people calling in from somewhere else outside of North Carolina. So it's just interesting to know where we're all calling in from. But I say all that to say, let's keep it to North Carolina. Let's keep it specific to this material. That'll not only help you guys get through your tests, but that'll also help, like I said, serve with your career. The question on our minds, maybe, is why do I have to do post-licensing? Why do I have to do this training and this education? And guys, I need you to understand that as independent contractors, you are responsible. Y'all, this is a career. This is not a job. This is a career. And it's a career that you can grow, that you can learn. The career is as good as you put into it. So even though you have to do post, throughout your career, you're encouraged to continue your learning, continue your training. When you get affiliated with your local board of realtors, they'll offer training. The North Carolina Association of Realtors, the National Association of Realtors, even the Real Estate Commission offers us some additional training. So it best serves your career to keep learning. This is not an industry that, well, I'm done with the test, I don't have to learn anything anymore. Keep knowledge, keep this information, keep it current. Real estate changes fast and often. So staying on top of the curve, that's going to help you grow your business and that's going to help you grow your career. So remember, you guys are independent contractors. And as an IC, who is your boss? Who do you answer to?
Well, you got to answer for yourself, but the people you work for, you can get them in trouble right along with it.
You can, but who do you work for? You work for
Myself.
yourself. You've got to put it into it, Jeffrey. Do you put others in jeopardy? Absolutely. But you are ultimately responsible for what you do for your career. So keeping this training going, keeping the CE, and then other training. You guys take advantage of training opportunities with your boards of realtors. Your firms may offer various trainings. So just keep that knowledge growing and expanding as the market changes. You're going to want to stay on top of it. And I do think it all starts here in post. Post licensing, we use the real estate manual. Gabriel, we were talking about this. You can get the hard copy. You reach out to Lane. You can also order one from the commission site, but I'm pretty sure you can get it faster from Lane than you could the real estate commission. You could also,
are the changes in the new book yet?
So then the difference in the digital subscription, it's an online, and they will update the digital subscription throughout the 2 years. The hard copy, once it comes off the press, it is what it is until they release the next one.
Okay.
So, for post licensing, this is a textbook. But once you're out of post, this is a manual, y'all. This answers the question, what would the real estate commission say? And for $25 every 2 years, this is a great resource to have access to. So if you have questions in the field, if you're not sure how to proceed, this is our resource. Again, it answers the question, what would the real estate commission say? So you may want to consider, my preference when I came through it, I like the hard book for class, something that I could touch, something that I could see. But I love having the digital subscription for $25 for 2 years as a reference, all part of your business, all part of you doing your business. So Gabriel, definitely want to get with Lane. Jeffrey, do you have one version of the book, hard or digital?
I got the hard copy.
Cool. I'm going to reference the book, but I'm not going to go through the book in class, just so you guys know out the gate. And this whole class, that whole book, we're only going to cover 3 chapters. And as mentioned, I go out of order. I don't go contracts to closing. I go closings to contract. So we'll start with 14. We're going to launch into that in just a second. And then when we get through that, we'll get into the contract piece, which is chapters 10 and 11. So of the whole book, this is all you need to worry about for the time being. You guys got the email from Lane, and within that email from Lane, or it might have been another email from a lady named Becky. Have you guys got your Learn Test Pass set up?
Yes.
Yes. Gabe, is that a yes? Can I call you Gabe?
A little shorter.
Okay. All right. I just didn't want to. Some people don't like nicknames, so I just wanted to be sure.
No, that's fine. Totally fine.
So Becky is your everything you need to know for Learn Test Pass. Becky is your go-to person for Learn Test Pass. You could call Lane or I and ask us questions about Learn Test Pass, and you know what we're going to tell you? Call Becky. So any problems, questions you have, I'm here to help with the material. So if you have a question on one of the practice questions, that's when you come to me. If you have something with Learn Test Pass, that's when you go to Becky. So I do encourage you to have her contact information on there as well. And we're going to poke around and Learn Test Pass in just a second and see all the good things. Have you guys had a chance to get into it yet and play around?
Personally, very much. I got into it and I looked at my courses and stuff. There wasn't anything there, so I figured maybe I haven't posted anything to it yet.
There wasn't anything there. Okay. We'll look at it in just a second and make sure you're seeing what I see. And if you don't, we'll have to have you reach out to Becky.
Okay.
Because there is stuff, there should be stuff in there. So we'll look at that in just a second. In addition to Learn Test Pass, good supplemental material, good practice questions, good practice closing disclosures. There's also some other resources. I'm going to send you guys an email tomorrow morning. And the email tomorrow morning is going to have a link to my Google Drive. And my Google Drive will have all of the PowerPoints from this class. My Google Drive will have the big forms that we're going over. So if you want to download them and have them, you'll have access to those. And then there's a couple handouts and stuff that I want you guys to be able to peruse if you choose. So things like that will be in our Google Drive. And then I'm also, because we are recording, I also do a YouTube channel per class. So tomorrow when I send the email, I will send you the link to our YouTube channel. So if you want to go back and review anything, maybe you need to log in late one day and you miss a few minutes, you have the recorded material that you can go back and review. For this class, I will say the big benefit is the closing disclosure. The closing disclosure is one of those things that you may just want to go through at your own pace, in which case you have the recording to do so, and then you have Julie to ask questions for things that you're stuck on. So we just want to make sure that we have all of the resources for you guys, everything available. You guys, it's not about passing this test. It's about getting the information so you can be the best broker that you can be. Does that make sense? Contracts and closings as a real estate agent, how often are we dealing with contracts and closings? Hopefully, hopefully a whole lot, right? So we want to make sure you get really, really good at those. So you guys can, yeah, you'll get an email from me in the morning. I don't know what time tomorrow morning, but you will get an email from me in the morning that'll have those additional resources. Questions about our resources?
No.
I think I'm good.
Okay. This is a small class, so I'm not worried about this, but I like involvement. I like engagement. I like the correspondence. Are either one of you active?
License just today, and I just got my license. Haven't done CE yet, but I don't think I'm required to do so.
Not yet.
So
Yep.
I'm a fully active provisional broker at this point.
So are you affiliated with a firm?
I am.
Okay, perfect. So you are active. And Jeffrey, are you active or inactive?
Oh, I'm active, and I'm with Warden Ward.
Okay. Do you have experience? Have you had your closing yet?
I have not. I went through. I'm getting more active now because of what happened to me in the previous conversation I had with you too about the company I worked for.
Mm-hmm.
No company is loyal to anybody.
True.
24 and a half years, Friday afternoon, 4:30, I get a message to come downstairs. Perfect relationship, 24 and a half years.
Wow.
And you know what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. No reasons. That was it.
That's just bad.
Yeah.
24 years.
And
it's almost like the universe was telling you it was time for real estate, right? The universe was telling you it's time to get going in that real estate.
Evidently so. You know, you're right. But some irony. I talked to a guy last week that told me, he says, yeah, and guess who else is gone? And started calling out people that have been with the company forever and a day. They're all gone.
Wow.
Management people gone.
Wow. That's tough. That's tough. Well, the good news is you guys, you're both active, so you're affiliated. I know you've at least been through getting started on things. Sometimes in post licensing, we have brokers with experience. Maybe they've gone at least, gone to a listing appointment, had a closing, that kind of thing. Those stories are kind of good. So, but that's okay because I have stories, so we can definitely get through. But I have a homework assignment then for both of you since you're both active. And during our time together for the next couple weeks, I want you to go out there and put a buyer under contract. so we can talk about that process. Cool? That's all you got to do. Okay.
That's simple. She don't ask for much.
But seriously, I want to hear from you guys. I want this to be engaging, which I mean we already are, so I'm not going to be worried about that. But we want to, it's more, you have more time for interaction in post than you do in pre. With that being said, I still have material that we have to get through. So I reserve the right to keep us on track. So if I say you got to stay on track, I'm not being mean. I'm just making sure that we cover that so we can check the box off for the commission requirements and get through what they wanted us to do. Jeffries, you kind of alluded to or indicated earlier, one of the challenges with being on Zoom are all the distractions at home. There's a whole lot going on at home, isn't there? And with Zoom, you've got to keep those distractions to a minimum. Find a place that you can be distraction free. Tell your family, your pets, your friends, everybody, it's only 6 classes, you guys. It's only 6 evenings. So give me that time distraction free. And I mean, this test shouldn't be anything. So if you have to take that couple extra steps to, close your door, turn your phone off, I don't, a rhetorical question, I don't want to know the answer, but how many tabs do you have up on your computer right now? And if those start distracting you, then you may want to, close those out. So just be aware of the things of the noise, the background noise in your life. And if we can eliminate that for a couple nights, then we can definitely get you through the class. And speaking of distractions, have you guys heard about this crazy NAR settlement yet? Surely you have. You guys familiar with what's going on with NAR?
You're talking about what I just asked you about, aren't you? Or no, I
No,
thought
it's
about
there was this huge lawsuit settlement between National Association of Realtors and the Department of DOJ. And what's that doing is it's changing how and who we collect our commission from. Sellers have never been required to pay commission, never have been required. But evidently there was something that went askew, and some sellers felt like they had to pay commission to a buyer's agent and this and that and everything else. And that's part of the reason why we are where we are right now. We used to see commission advertised on MLS. It's no longer advertised on MLS. You have to reach out to the listing agent and say, if I bring you a ready, willing, and able buyer, how much are you willing to pay me? So there's big changes in our industry from the National Association of Realtors. There's a whole bunch of noise out there about it. So I say, if you want to know about it, go straight to the source. NAR's website has a whole thing about the facts. Don't go to Google because there's a bunch of junk out there. We know those headlines and how those work. With all that being said,
the lawsuit's over with, though, ain't it?
oh
It's
no,
done.
it's still, they're working on it. They're still working on it.
Oh, I thought it was over.
No, this is a class action lawsuit, so this isn't going away anytime soon. They've settled or talked about settling, but yeah, no, it's still going. With all that being said, this NAR thing and post licensing is a distraction because we're here through the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, not through the National Association of Realtors. So I think you guys need to be familiar with it. But again, just use your time wisely and make sure you're not spending all of your time on this NAR thing. And you guys may want to get with your BICs as well, kind of see what your company policies are, that kind of thing. Because at the end of the day, I want to make sure you guys are following the procedures so that you get paid as a buyer's agent. I want to make sure that you get paid. So get with your BICs when you start working with buyers to make sure that works out. So post licensing, I got an attendance requirement. You got to be here 90% of the time, which in a 30-hour class means you can only miss 3 hours. If you miss more than 3 hours, you're not eligible for the end of class exam, in which case you need to reach out to Lane to get scheduled in another 302, keeping that 18 months in mind. So 3 hours is the max for any reason. And as mentioned, we'll take breaks throughout, maybe a 10, 15-minute break. I'll probably do It won't be top of the hour, but it'll be 5, 10 of the hour, something like that. And we'll do a couple 10 minutes breaks, but it's really important that all three of us stop staring at the screen every once in a while. So just make sure when you take a break, you don't go from staring at this screen to staring at this screen, right? Like give your eyes a legitimate break. If you do need to respond to text or emails or phone calls, you can do that during our break time. But especially on Zoom, we need to break away, look at something else for a few minutes. Like I said, I don't care if you guys, you eat dinner or whatever. I'm not taking an official dinner break. But if you want to grab something to eat and come back on class, that's fine. You can just kind of eat off camera a little bit so we're not seeing what you're having for dinner. Questions or comments on that?
I'm good.
Okay. So I keep babbling on about this exam. So we got a final exam. You guys get 3 hours. You get more time in this class because this is the class with the math. 301 and 303, you only get 1 hour. But because we have the math in this one, you get 3 hours. You got to make a 75% to pass. You need a calculator. If you still have your basic calculator from pre-licensing, you can use that. If not, the testing program has a built-in calculator. So you can use what they have on their program. You just can't use the calculators on your phone because your phone has Google. So we need to use in some sort of basic calculator. Either it's a handheld or it's the one provided on the device. And then should you not pass the exam the first try, it's okay. We give you a second chance. How many times in life can you say you get a second chance? So if you don't make a 75%, you're eligible for the retake. Probably the worst part about doing the retake is you got to spend some one-on-one time with me so we can clarify anything to make sure you get through it the second time. We definitely want you guys to get through. So 75 is the number to shoot for. The exam
Question
is
about the calculator.
so yeah.
So like how basic of a calculator does it have to be? Because I have like, the Texas calculators that
Nope.
can have algebra. Okay, not those. Okay.
When I say basic, I mean like 10 key.
Gotcha.
Those Texas Instrument calculators you can store. It has memory, or not memory, but you can store formulas.
Yeah.
So, and even though that's perfect, Jeffrey, and even though so many students come to me and say, well, I don't know how to store formulas, but the calculator does. So
Oh,
when
you
I
just
say
go up.
basic, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
And I
you can
got this for
essentially
like
write on it.
$5.99 at Walgreens, right? But if you don't have one of these, like I said, they have a one built into the exam. So you're welcome to use that one as well. So the exam, Learn Test Pass also administers your exam, and we're going to talk about the exam, but I'm not going to do it this week because we got lots to cover between now and your test. But just to mention a few things to get you ready. To take that exam, you do have to have a computer. You can't have it on a cell phone or a tablet. Chromebooks have not proven to work in the past. If you're on an iPad or a Chromebook now, or if that's what you plan on taking your test with, I'm going to need you to reach out to Becky to talk about the compatibilities and those other options because we want to have all of this taken care of before test day, before we take our exam, and we'll look at those dates in a few minutes. But it is you guys saw the email from Lane, so it is an online proctored exam. And again, more information from that will come out in just a bit. But you're going to have a 2-day window. So you have from like, I don't remember the dates off the top of my head. We'll look at those. But you have from like 8 a.m. on one day to 9 p.m. on the next day. It's open for 2 full days. You will log in at some point during that 2-day window and take your exam. And all that's in the email from Lane. We'll see that in a second. The syllabus, the one thing from the syllabus that I like to mention, the syllabus pulls out license law and commission rule. So when we get to, in our PowerPoints, when we get to places with license law and commission rule, I'm going to indicate on the PowerPoint specifically which law and which rule we're at. You guys don't need to know the numbers. You're not going to be tested on the numbers, but it's a reference. It's a resource. And it's important, again, that we have this information as we start practicing, or at least know where to get it. So at some point in our time together, we're going to take a quick little tour of the Real Estate Commission's website, so we know where we can find this information once we get out there and practice and make sure we're doing it right. So again, just as a reference. And so the email from Lane, and I'm not sure why it got a revised in another one, but the first one, let's see, you guys sign your registration and your contract. If you don't do this, then Lane can't submit you as, successfully completing this class. So if you haven't done that yet, please do so. Here's Becky's information. So you have that resource here. There's your prohibited conduct that you were talking about. Does she have drinking in here yet? I wish she would. She wish she would add that.
Don't say anything about clothes. I was wrong.
But the other thing, here's some information here about your end of class exam. So make sure you read this. And again, Becky and LearnTest Pass are your go-to. We're going to talk more about this next week near the end of the class. But here's your exam dates. So your exam's going to be open. We go until Thursday, the 29th. So we got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. And then the exam will be open from 8 a.m. on the 30th until 9 p.m. on the 31st. So you have that window to log on and take that test. That's what that means. The other thing in the email from Lane is a blank closing disclosure. Do you both have the ability to print? Jeffrey?
Yes.
Gabriel does not have the ability to print at the office, or? I didn't hear you. You're mute. Your mic's splotchy.
He's gone.
You gonna get some headphones? Cool. We'll let Gabe grab some headphones.
Sometimes when I move my camera, it goes completely blank. It's like a short in it, but it's a new camera. So I don't know
That's
what to
weird.
do. So
Yeah.
if it goes black, just be aware of that. I could be sitting here and I'll just disappear. And unless I got this little side screen open where I can see y'all, I don't know that it's off.
Gotcha. So I'll just say, Jeffrey, your camera again.
Yeah, do that. It won't bother me. So. We were able to take the test immediately when the class ended, on ours.
We're going to do that with a night class, because we'll be here till 9:30 at night, and I don't think anybody wants to take a test at 9:30 at night. That's why we open it up the next day.
Makes sense.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Perfect. So Gabe, the ability to print. The ability to print.
So we can do that at the office.
Okay, as long as because if not, I need to make arrangements, because when you guys sit down to take your exams on the 30th or the 31st, you're going to want to have a blank closing disclosure with you. So we're going to look at this. We're going to do some practice together. I got a recommended homework assignment. You don't need it for class. It's best to have it for class, but you don't need it. But I do want you guys both to have one when you sit down to take your test. So as long as you can print and you can have have one, it'll make doing the CD a lot easier.
I went ahead and printed it. That way I've got it.
And I don't know if we'll start talking about it tonight, but you know what? That's a big piece of our night tomorrow night. So if you can print like tomorrow, but again, it's not required to have it in class. It's helpful. And it's definitely going to help you when you have it for your exam, when you go to sit down and take your exam. LearnTest Pass. So you got the email from Becky to set up for LearnTest Pass for 302. Gabe, and you're saying you're not seeing anything over here when you log on?
It says course overview. And it just says no courses.
Okay.
So
tomorrow, I want you to reach out to Becky. Because I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. So reach out to Becky, let her know what you're seeing, and she'll get you set up. Because I mean, there's all sorts of stuff in here. So we definitely want to make sure that you have this available to you. So reach out to Becky tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. Before you go any further, now I've got mine open. I'm looking at it. It calls me by my first and middle name, and it just says, "What are you saying that we should be looking at?" Because it says recently accessed items, 301 exam, launcher exam, 303 final exam,
I'm
303.
saying you should say post licensing 302 contracts and closings. And if that's not what you're seeing, I need you to reach out to Becky.
My courses. Okay. View course. Post license, it's 302 contracts and closings.
Is that what is on my screen?
0 out of 38 activities completed.
Okay. So are you seeing the things on the side? Course resources, basic, section 1, section. So what I'm saying is, if this isn't what you're seeing, if you don't have this material, then please reach out to Becky tomorrow.
Okay. Point being is, I'm thinking, Gabriel, if you open it up and look at it where it said, let's see, what was it? The wording exactly. It'll take, you got to open up the courses. It's got a little blank there. You open up the course, you scan down to 302 and then click that one.
It says no courses.
Huh.
So, yeah, I will get in touch with her tomorrow. That's definitely top of the list.
Thank you. Again, we kind of mentioned Learn Test Pass, but most of this is here as a resource for you guys, again, especially as we get into the CD, because there's extra practice in here for you guys as well. One of the ones we're going to work on class can be found here. The recommended homework assignment can be found here as well. So we definitely want you to get in. I don't think I see what you guys see. So I don't know. I don't know. That's just the short answer. I don't know. But Becky does. So she can get you taken care of there. So that's that and that. So I've mentioned this CD a couple times. You guys have probably heard the horror stories that all the math is in 302, and it is. We're going to do a full-blown closing disclosure in this class, and we're going to start looking at it tomorrow. And the whole reason why I rearrange the class and start with chapter 14 is so we have time to go through the CD a couple of times before you guys have to take your test. If I followed the syllabus, we would do the CD like next Thursday for you to take your test that Friday. And I don't think that's fair. So to give you guys time, to give you guys an opportunity to absorb this information, I'm going to go ahead and start. We're going to start with chapter 14 and closings. So we can get to the CD. Like I said, that's the bulk of our night tomorrow night will be that closing disclosure. So let's pretend, everybody pretend with me for just a second, that we have put our buyer seller under contract. We will go through that process, but we're going to go ahead and say, congratulations, you're under contract. And we're going to start with the under contract kind of closing preparations and procedures process. So we're under contract. Yay. Now what? Well, pretty much buyer's agents, once we get under contract, this is really when your work begins. Up until this point, you've just been going around showing pretty houses, right? But now that you got your buyer under contract, this is when our work begins. Listing agents, you got a little bit to do now that we're under contract. But listing agents, the bulk of your job is done before you list it. Getting it ready to get on the market, gathering the information, measurements, pictures, that kind of thing. So it all depends on what hat you're wearing in the transaction. And the contract to closing process. I always think of the contract to closing process as working gears. So let's assign a role to each gear. Let's say one of these gears is our buyer with our buyer's agent. One of these gears is our seller with our listing agent. The lender gets a gear. The attorney gets a gear. The home inspector gets a gear. The surveyor, right? The appraiser. All these people that are involved in the contract to closing process gets a gear. What happens if one of these gears stops?
They all stop.
The whole thing stops, doesn't it? And guys, as the brokers in this transaction, that's one of the biggest responsibilities that we have are keeping these gears going, making sure that buyers and sellers are doing what they're supposed to do to keep this going, making sure that we have the dates for the inspections and we got closing lined up, just keeping this moving. We're all working towards the common goal of closing. So keeping the gears going, keeping everybody doing what they're supposed to be doing, that's a big part of our responsibility now that we're under contract. One of the best ways we can keep these gears going is to help educate the parties about what comes next, both buyer and seller. Again, yay, we're under contract. Okay, now what? Seller doesn't have as much to worry about. The seller just pretty much has to make sure they're packed up, moved out, right? The seller's number one concern at this point is the buyer going to get loan approval, or are they going to come through with the cash funds that they said that they had? For the buyers, though, they really are going to start the process. And the first piece of the process for most buyers is going to be that loan process. Understand the loan process is the longest part of the contract to closing process. And it is, in fact, that a process. Presumably, hopefully, you guys make me a promise right now. Promise me that you will never show property to a buyer that hasn't talked to a lender. You will never show property to a buyer that says, well, I know how much I can afford. We want to make sure that they've had this conversation with the lender before we show them the first home, before we show them that first property. So by the time we get to the contract piece of it, the loan process has started. We've already gotten pre-approved. We've already gotten pre-qualified. But the official loan process doesn't start until we get that buyer under contract. And now that we have that buyer under contract, the buyer will have to submit whatever information the lender requires. They're going to want to see W-2s. They're going to want to see tax returns. They may want to see bank statements, right? They're going to want to see all this stuff. The buyers are just going to have to comply with the lender. They're just going to have to get the lender what they need so they can go through with the processing. The appraisal is part of the processing. The appraisal is part of the lender gathering the information. It's so important, buyers agents, that we make sure our buyers understand the importance of communicating with the lender. So we go under contract and the lender starts reaching out for information, the buyer's going to have to get back to them pretty quickly. Would it surprise you guys if I told you that there have been buyers that have delayed their own closing because they haven't been responsive to the lender? The lender can't go on to the next step until they get everything they have, everything they need from the buyer. So making sure that we're keeping those gears going, that we're helping with that communication between lender and buyer to keep them. I mean, she was a horrible, horrible person, my buyer, but I actually had the lender call me and say, Julie, our buyer will not call me back. She will not return our phone calls. And I'm like, well, I'll try, but without her, we can only go so far. We can only get so far in the process. Once the lender has gathered everything that they need, the required documents, and gotten the information they need, they're going to send the loan package to underwriting. And underwriting is like the deep, deep dive of your credit, your debt, your income. I mean, anything to do with your financials. Underwriting does not leave any stone unturned. They are doing a deep, deep dive on that buyer. It's not uncommon for it to come out of underwriting the first time with the lender requesting more information. So we've come out of underwriting. The lender may say everything looks pretty good. We just need this and this. Again, keeping those gears going, encouraging the buyer to quickly respond to the lender, send it through underwriting the second time. And most of the times after it comes out the second time, we have an approval or a denial. But we want all this as part of that due diligence period, which we will talk about due diligence when we get back to chapters 10 and 11. But all that we want at least working on while we're still in due diligence. It's awfully hard for the buyer to get approved while we're still in due diligence. It's rare for the buyer to be approved while we're still in due diligence. But what we can get, what we hopefully can get in due diligence is the loan to come out of that first round of underwriting where the lender has a pretty good idea if it's going to get approved or not. And based on that, we decide if we want to proceed with the purchase.
That's why it's a smart idea to just get them essentially approved before and don't show them a house that they can't afford essentially beforehand.
That's right, Gabriel.
Before all that
And keep in
happens.
mind that pre-approval, that pre-qualification is no guarantee. Somebody quickly crunched the numbers and said, this is what I think. But now that we're under contract, now we're starting the official processing. Now we're getting that guarantee. The pre-approval just, it gives us an idea of what they can afford, but it is not a final approval. Settlement versus closing. Obviously what we're shooting for. We're going to talk about the difference in the two. We will see that. And we'll also talk more about the lender's involvement with both settlement and closing. They'll communicate with the closing attorney, make sure everybody's on the same page. They'll work together to get those final funds to the buyer for closing so that they can, purchase the house. The other thing that you and I want to be aware of is mortgage fraud or loan fraud. Loan fraud is really, really bad, y'all. Like the fines and the penalties and everything. Now, I know you and I aren't applying for this loan, so we're not going to be guilty of mortgage fraud. However, we are the ones working with the buyers that could be trying to submit false information, could be trying to get one over the lender. So if you hear something, say something. If you have any reason to believe that your buyer is false gift letters, for example, maybe mom and dad offer to put down the earnest money deposit. Maybe mom and dad offer to put down some of the down payment. There's a difference in mom and dad lending the money versus mom and dad gifting the money. Lending implies you got to pay it back. Gifting implies you don't. And if mom and dad say they're going to get a gift, the lender's going to require them to sign something that says this is a gift. So again, if you and I hear something otherwise, we do have a duty. We owe it to our lenders to let them know what we know so they can investigate it and decide what they want to do from there. But the loan process, as you guys are getting started, you're meeting lenders, you're going to start working with lenders, you're eventually going to have your own preferred lenders. And once you work with a few lenders a few times, you have an idea of how long they need to process. So that helps you when you're writing the offer. If this is a lender you've never worked with before, then it's worth calling them and introducing yourself, because you and that lender have the same common goal of getting your buyer to the finish, to the closing table, to the finish line. So working together, being in communication with the lender, knowing where it is in the loan process, all helps in keeping things go a little bit smoothly or more smoothly. So the loan process is only part of it, but it's a really big part of it, unless it's a cash buyer. Cash buyers are so easy. There's a huge chunk missing from the process, and that chunk missing is that loan process. So when you come across those cash buyers, hang on to them, because they tend to make life sometimes make life a little bit easier. What else comes next? Well, at some point sooner rather than later, once we go under contract, We go into contract, congratulations. Buyer's agents, you need to send the contract immediately to the lender to get them started on their process. And then the next thing you're going to want to do is send that contract to the attorney. Let's go ahead and get settlement scheduled, whatever day we agree to in our contract. The attorney's going to need a copy of the contract so they can start doing their thing. They'll want to do probably an early title search, see if there's any issues that come up, anything that may need to be addressed before we close, before that deed changes hands. The closing attorney will also be in contact with the lender near the end. So the two of them will be in communications about the CDs and the monies that pass hands. But go ahead and get them on the books. Delays in settlement just happen. They just happen. They're just part of the business. Again, we're all shooting for that day that we agreed to in the contract. But if things come up, at least we can always reach out to the closing attorney and reschedule, account for those delays. So let's go ahead and get on the books now and hope, fingers crossed, that we can have it all work out in time. The other thing your buyer's going to want to do pretty early on is go ahead and get that home inspection done. I always think of our home inspectors as kind of like our general practitioners. We hopefully go to the doctor once a year for a physical, and they do a general overall, quick scan. If something comes up, maybe in your blood work or something that causes them a concern, then they're going to recommend you talk to a specialist. Same thing with the home inspector. They're going to come in and do a general overview of the whole home. And if they have a concern or an issue, they're going to recommend that the buyer talk to a plumber or talk to an electrician or a general contractor, structural engineer, whatever the case may be. Understand too that the home inspector's job is to go into the home and find problems with it. And I think first-time home buyers really need to know this. The home inspector is not going to tell you what a lovely home you're buying. The home inspector is going to say, this is broke, that's not working, this isn't how it should be. They're going to go in and point out the problems. And then it's kind of up to the buyer of whether or not they want to deal with those problems or not. So should you get the home inspection before you go this far? I just went under contract. Remember, we skipped that part. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Question, real quick. I was in Food Line yesterday talking to my next door neighbor. The house he bought was a house my cousin from Atlanta looked at buying, and I'd never been in the house, but I knew the family my entire life. Okay. So me and a guy from Warden Ward and my mom and her went in that house looking at it. And I was already into real estate and stuff. So I'm looking at stuff and figuring out stuff. Okay. And this poor guy, he's from Raleigh and he works for like Cisco or something. So, makes money, but works from home. So he's got it made. But, and the one thing I didn't pick out was the chimney. And then he's got all these problems with this house. I suspected asbestos in the basement, and he researched that after I told him. And yeah, those tiles are all asbestos down there. And then it was musky and stuff down there. And then the septic system has to be totally replaced now. The chimney is leaking like crazy. Point being in all this stuff, if I was able to pick this stuff out and not into it, that agent should have told him before he bought this stuff that there were issues. I mean, it would be something I would want to know, and I was just a novice at this point, and I'm picking this stuff out. And I told him, I said, you've got a claim there. I said, all this stuff should have been brought to your attention, but what did the inspector say? Why is he not finding this stuff? And he didn't. And I just spotted it just walking through there, and he paid $5,000 less than what they were asking for, which was a gosh awful amount. He paid over $700,000, I believe, for this house. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't have gave $200,000 for it for the amount of work that had to be done on the inside of it. It was just terrible. But the point being is, I would think before you got that far in the contract, the house has already been inspected.
So,
During your due diligence, it should have been done.
we just went under contract. So we are doing the home. We sent the contract to the lender. We sent the contract to the attorney, and now we're getting the home inspection scheduled. Because if there are issues that come up, they do find things. We want the buyer to have time to have the electrician come out and look at it, or whatever the issue is. We also want to make sure that we have any time for repair negotiations if the seller's willing to negotiate in those repairs. As far as us, be very, very careful to stay in your lane. We may have knowledge, we may have experience, but remember, with your broker hat on, you're brokeraging the deal. And you can say, look, this causes me concern, but we need to be careful about diagnosing. We need to be careful about saying, well, I know what this is, because now you're acting like, an inspector or a general contractor. You're acting like a role that you don't have that license, have that ability. So,
but you have a
stay in
duty
your
to
lane.
disclose.
Hmm?
I mean, if you know it, you see it and you know it.
Then you say, this concerns me. I recommend you talk to find out more about it.
Okay. I can go along.
And look, you have experience. You may be a homeowner. You may, and you may have had these things come up. But again, you're acting in a capacity that you don't have the ability to. So with my broker hat on, pretty much all I can do is say, this caused my little red flag to go up. So I think we need to look into this further and stay in your lane. I know you guys have heard about the disciplinary action, right? You've seen the disciplinary action in the e-bulletins. Some of those comes up because the agents, and guys, we're just trying to help. It's very, very genuine. We're just trying to help, but we've got to stay in our lane and stay with our role. So yes, you're absolutely right, Jeffrey. To this point, this is one of the first things I'm going to do, right? We go under contract. We're going to get this stuff going. And like the next day, I'm going to say, hey, let's go ahead and get the home inspector scheduled so they can come out and kind of give their overall to see if we need more time to look into anything else.
Okay.
All during due diligence. Another thing that needs to happen fairly early, the lender's going to order the appraisal. The lender orders the appraisal. Guys, the appraisal is the property of the lender. The lender requires it. They let the buyer pay for it, but the lender requires it. That's helped them determine their loan to value ratio. So again, part of that due diligence, we want to get the appraisal back to see if we need to, try to renegotiate purchase price or, however that's going to work out. But getting the lender the information they need so they can go ahead and get that ordered. So we have that. It's also part of what they need to send through the first round of underwriting. But that's all. That comes from the lender's process. Like I said, they just require the buyer to pay for it. And the buyer will have to pay for that up front. They won't be able to delay paying that at settlement. The appraiser's not going to go out and do their thing until they've been paid. So the buyer will have a couple expenses up front before they get to settlement, and this is one of them. A couple other things that, some more to talk about with educating the parties about what comes next, but I do want to honor our break time, so I'm keeping my eye on the clock. So let's go ahead and take our first break. Let's take 10 minutes. While we're on break, you guys are welcome to, turn your cameras off, mute, whatever. Remember, we go where you go. So if you start walking around the house with your laptop, we're going with you. So just make sure. But yeah, go ahead. We can turn our cameras off. We're going to take 10 minutes. I got 6:10. So let's give a minute, give or take. And let's come back at 6:21. And we will keep talking about that process now that we're under contract. What are other things that the parties need to be educated about? So take 10.
Gabriel, you like Zoom so far?
Class is good, but I just want to make sure it feels like I'm hoping that my mic is working okay. That's mainly what I'm worried about. If anything was going to go wrong with that.
We can. I'm good now that you're on
On
the
the headset?
headphone. Yeah, yeah, you're not
Okay,
flipping in and out. So that's good.
awesome.
You know what I've also experienced with online classes at night? I guess more people are at home online in the evening. So if you have a lot of people in the home, we may have some interruptions, you know. Um, you got any gamers in the house? Maybe they don't game while you're while you're
Well,
trying to take a class.
I do like to play video games from time to time, so I just grabbed my old headset because, so if
There you
anyone's
go.
going to be gaming, it would be me. So I'm
Okay. No
probably taking
gaming
up.
during class, you
No,
know.
man.
Okay.
I'm
I'm here to
totally
learn and
attached,
pass.
so
Good.
just me here and the two dogs. So that's all that's here.
So good. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of people, well, my kid's on this device and my husband's on that. And I'm like, well, you know, it's good. Wi-Fi is good, but it's only so good. So, okay. Questions or anything so far? Comments or anything so far? Oh, now he's breaking up again.
He's gone.
He was doing just
Don't
fine.
hear you. Yeah.
That's so weird.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Are you half on, half
That's
off?
yeah. Like
There you go.
I took my headset out and I'm not sure. I think it's my Wi-Fi. So maybe I have to talk louder, possibly.
No, you cut completely out. You're gone.
Yeah. I mean, there's like nothing. When
Um,
you go, you go.
let me see here.
We always too, Gabe, if need be, you can utilize the chat.
Or sign language.
Mm,
Yeah, I think I could do that. Do y'all know sign language?
I do not.
I hope
So
y'all be able to understand what I'm doing here.
I know stuff like
Oh,
hang
this.
on, cool
Wait a
beans,
minute.
peace.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. If I need to, I'll if I have a really important question, I'll put it in
Yeah,
chat.
the chat. And in worst case scenario, not to sound like an asynchronous teacher, but worst case scenario, reach out to me after class because I definitely want to get your questions answered. I definitely want to get your questions answered. So if we can't do it this way, we will find a way to do it for sure.
I got you. I got your email in my notes. I've been taking progressive notes, so I'm
Perfect.
getting
Perfect.
everything down.
Awesome. All right, so we are back. We are in the contract to closing process, guys. Remember, we're still in due diligence, and we just went under contract, and that's when all those the buyer's agent's responsibilities really are stepping up to make sure this stuff gets ordered, make sure this stuff happens. Other things for the buyer to consider: if there's any sort of land, we want to encourage the buyer to have a survey. Obviously, if it's a condo or a townhome, I'm probably not going to worry about it. If there's a plat map available, I'm going to provide that to my buyer to help them better understand their property lines. But if they have questions about the plat map, or if there's not a plat map, you and I need to make sure that we are encouraging them to have a survey done. Can I make anybody do anything? Can I force the buyer to order a survey? Unfortunately, no. So all I can really do is highly recommend it, tell them why it's important, tell them why we suggest it, and encouraging them to do so. I'll be honest with you guys, in my experience over my years, it's been my experience that most buyers waive the survey. They think they're saving money. My concern now is if you're saving money now by the survey, if something comes up later, you may be spending more money and time on it had you had the survey done and had it addressed before settlement.
And you might want to follow that recommendation up with an email to that customer. So you got some documentation saying that you did tell them to do it.
I live, breathe, drink, eat, and sleep by document everything. Because if it goes down, Jeffrey, they're going to look for somebody to blame. They're going to look for somebody to point fingers. And unfortunately, the broker is a good one to start with. But if you have that email, if you have that documentation, even a text message where you say, I think this is important, like it, what, you know. So Jeffrey, to your point, if this conversation about the importance of a survey goes down face to face or over the phone, I want you to go home and follow it up with an email talking about, per our conversation, this is why I think you should have a survey done. I also have a form. It's called the Professional Services Election Form. It's not a 302 form. However, it's a really, really good form. And if time allows, I try to slip it in because I do think it's a really good form. And what it does is it allows it allows my client to waive or select various services. So in addition to my email encouraging them why they should have a survey done, if they say no, I'm still going to have them sign that form where they waive that service. So if it goes down, we have their initials where they waived it, and we also have that communication where we encourage them. I'm not going to guarantee you'll be off the hook, but I will guarantee you'd be better off if you had nothing at all. Does that make sense? So, Jeffrey, I preach document everything. And it's just to protect you. It is just to protect you. Guys, you don't know. Usually you don't know where a complaint may come from, right? The buyer's not going to look at you and say, I'm going to file a complaint. It just comes out of nowhere. And you don't know what buyer, you don't know when, or seller, you don't know when. Does that make sense? So if you always have your documentation, you're prepared for whatever may come of it. So the survey, identifying property lines, the survey won't necessarily tell us what is included in the transfer, but it will lay out the property lines, and we know that the improvements within those lines are going to be included. The survey is the only way to properly identify an encroachment. So we remember an encroachment is when your improvement extends onto somebody else's, your neighbor's property. You and I could eyeball it all day, but only the surveyor can say, we definitely have an encroachment, and in which case it can be addressed. It can be taken care of before closing. Maybe the encroachment gets torn down, maybe an easement's created. I don't know, but if we know it's there, then we can work on addressing it. And I can only know it's there by a survey. The termite inspection, you guys hear us talk about the termite inspection as the pest inspection. Keep in mind, the pest inspection doesn't look at all pests. The pest inspections look specifically for wood destroying insects, such as termites, powder post beetles, carpenter bees, things like that. The pest inspector is going to go through and look for evidence of these little buggers. They may not actually see them, but termites have their tunnels that they build to access from the ground up into the wood. If they see a tunnel, they're going to let you know. Maybe it's active, maybe it's not. But if there's a tunnel at one point in time, there were termites there. As far as other pests, if the home inspector sees anything else that throws up a flag, they'll certainly note that in their report. But just keep in mind that pest inspection specifically just looks for wood destroying insects. The pest inspection is the only thing, other than the appraisal, the pest inspection is the only thing that we have that's required, but it's only required with a VA loan. So if it's conventional or FHA or USDA, it's recommended, but the VA does require a pest inspection. And guess what? Very rarely do they let the buyer pay for it. So if the buyer's not paying for the pest inspection, who's up? Who's paying
Seller
for it?
would be.
Seller. Yeah. Yeah. Gabe, is that important when you're presenting an offer to your seller that has a VA addendum to it? Mr. and
Oh,
Mrs.
yes.
Seller, you need to know if you accept this offer, you will be on the hook for the pest inspection. So that's why we have various addenda to help us with those scenarios and situations, all of which we will look at and discuss a little bit more when we get back into the contracts piece of it. So the pest inspection is only required for the VA. The survey, the home inspection, all this other stuff is just highly recommended. The other thing the buyer needs to shop around for is homeowners insurance. We got to get that secured and approved while we're still in due diligence. The lender requires a certain level of insurance. They want to make sure that their interest is protected. So we encourage our buyer to shop, tell them to talk to a couple different agencies to explore their options to shop around. But ultimately, once they decide on which property insurance company they want to use, they will submit that policy to the lender for the lender to approve. And again, we want all that to happen while we're still in due diligence. Not all people and not all properties are easy to insure. So if we find out that their premium is going to be higher because of previous claims, and that higher premium sets them over their loan approval, then we're not going to get that approved. So we want all this to happen while we're still in due diligence. And again, we want them to shop around. Y'all never look at a buyer and say, this is the property company, insurance company you're going to use. This is the attorney you're going to use. This is the lender you're going to use. This is their show. They need to decide. You and I can offer suggestions. I can say, here's a list of 2 or 3 property insurance agents I've worked through in the past. I suggest reaching out to them, but I'm not going to make them use my guy. I'm going to recommend them. Everybody hear that difference? Jeffrey, when you were in person, did you meet Matthew Young?
I know that name, but no.
He didn't bring you lunch?
Well, yes, that's him.
The lunch guy.
Yeah, he was there. I've met him, brought pizzas.
Yep. Matthew Young is notorious for this area. You guys will meet him. He's with Geico. He's got a kind of his own subsidiary off of Geico now. He is a great tool to have in your resource, in your belt, I should say. He's a great tool to have, but he's not your only insurance agent. He's the big one. He's the one that everybody knows. And he takes very good care of your clients. But it's about having a couple tools, a couple people in your tool belt so your buyer can pick the best product for them. They know their needs. We don't. So Matthew Young, even if we don't know him by name, we know him as the lunch guy. And that's one disadvantage we have of being on Zoom is we don't get fed. We don't get food from Matthew Young. I asked him when the pandemic hit, I said, Matthew, you got Grubhub, right? You could send us all food. And yeah, he laughed pretty hard at that, Gabe. He didn't.
You should come around and just deliver it to us.
That's right.
But the irony in that, Ann always sent us food to our homes. That was kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, she never let us go hungry. I mean, we'd be in the middle of a class and doorbell ring, and heck, she'd sent, Domino's or something, or Little Caesars pizza.
What? That's crazy.
Awesome.
Yeah, so Ann grubbed up for you.
Be sure to ask her about that.
Not Julie. I don't want you guys listening out for your doorbell because it's not going to happen.
That was a joke.
So I'm going to call Ann. They're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you can ask her anyway. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's funny. All right. So shopping property insurance. Let me say something else. Let me make sure I'm good. We're talking an awful lot about the buyer because, as mentioned, the buyer is the one. This is their show, doing these inspections, doing these things, getting these things through due diligence. Let me go back to the home inspector real quick and talk about this from the seller's perspective. Listing agents, we need to make sure that our sellers understand that the home inspector has to get to the components of the home to inspect them. And they can't and won't touch personal property. So we know our sellers packing up at this point, right? They're packing up to move, they're getting ready to go. And if they have a bunch of boxes in front of the utility closet, the home inspector won't be able to get into the utility closet to inspect the water heater and the HVAC and the various things that are in there. Does that make sense? So having that conversation with the sellers, that the home is ready, the home is prepared. It's a huge liability thing for the home inspector to touch their stuff. So they won't. They will not. And if it's in their way, there's nothing they can do about that. So just make sure your sellers have the home prepared for the home inspections for the various things during due diligence. Okay, so survey, yeah, we did that and that. All right. What's the magic year that we need to know when it comes to lead-based paint?
Let's see here. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Is it 1974?
You're close. You're about 4 years premature. So it's 19
premature?
78.
78. So it's
78.
1978.
I knew it was in the
you were
70s.
close. You were just erring some side of caution there, right?
Yeah.
So 1978 is the magic year. What do I mean by that? Anything built prior to 1978 will include the lead-based paint addenda, another form that we will discuss and look at next week. The addenda does not say your home has lead in the paint. What the addenda says is because of the year your home was built, it may have lead. And the only way that the buyer, the seller, is required to disclose what they know. But understand the seller can only disclose what they know. If they've never had it tested, if they've never had the paint tested for lead, then they don't have anything to disclose. If they have had it tested and it comes back with lead, they are required to disclose that. Caveat emptor says that the seller doesn't have to disclose much. Caveat emptor is a state thing. Lead-based paint is a federal thing. Federal overrides state. Lead-based paint is about the only thing, there's an exception. One of the few things I can think of that the seller must disclose. We'll get to the other one in just a bit. So they have to disclose, they're required to disclose what they know. But again, you guys, hear me. They can only disclose what they know. If they don't know, they don't know. So the buyer is always encouraged, anything built prior to 78, the buyer is encouraged to have it tested. Unfortunately, to test it, they have to chip off some of the paint and send it into a lab. So hopefully the inspector is usually a good one to start with, and hopefully they're chipping off paint like underneath a windowsill or something that's not a huge, huge conspicuous area. But that's the only way to test for it. And if buyer wants that tested as part of their due diligence, again, usually it can start with the home inspector. They can, if they can't do it, then they can point us in the right direction. So anything built prior to 78, and by the way, when we say built prior to 1978, it's what we're talking about is when the certificate of occupation comes out, when the CO comes out. So if the CO comes out on December 31st, 1976, it was built prior to 1978. The other thing we really want to talk to our buyers about, make sure they understand, is radon. Anybody remember the PicuCaries EPA sets?
I don't remember.
No, that's all right. EPA says anything over 4.0 PicuCaries is deemed not safe. So this radon test, again, the home inspector can help us with this. And they have a contraction that they bring into the home, and it sits in the home for like 2 or 3 days. And every hour, that contraction takes like a snapshot of the radon level. So what's the radon level at 5, 6, 7? And at the end of those 2-3 days, the average will tell us what the radon is. And if the average is more than 4.0 PicuCaries, then we need to recommend a mitigation system. Again, usually starts with the home inspector. Most of our home inspectors are equipped to do this, but if they're not, they can point us in the right direction of somebody that can. I've heard, actually went to the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors, and you guys may want to look into your Board of Realtors as well. But the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors about once a year does a really cool class where they take brokers and home inspectors to a house. And we all actually walk around the house together and look at it through the eyes of the home inspector. If you can do something like that, it's really interesting. And they also, when we went, they had little stations, and one of the station was the radon guy. And so we got to talk to the radon guy a little bit more about it. I had always heard about like home tests that you can get through like Lowe's or Home Depot. And I tell you guys something, the radon guy said they're pretty reliable. They're a great place to start. So for you and your personal home, if you're not sure about your radon, you may want to run out to Lowe's and get one of those tests just to see if it's something to be worried about. But radon, that gas, y'all, that is colorless, that's odorless, it's smellless. The only way you know it's there is if you have it tested. So for your own peace of mind, you may want to keep that in the back of your mind. For my buyers, I'm going to encourage them to have it tested through through the official radon test, not through the one at Lowe's. Is he saying something?
It's not working again.
He's throwing his hand. Poor guy.
Yeah.
He's already
Hey,
whatever.
We'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get a lid. Every time
Sure,
I take my water, it's pouring down in front of my shirt. I'm throwing it away. I'm done with this one.
I say that's not good. We don't want that. Yes, exactly. You might as well get it tested seriously. Radon tests go for like, I want to say 125, 150 bucks. And in the big picture of buying a house, it's definitely that peace of mind. And if it is over 4.0, the mitigation system isn't crazy either. We'll ask the seller, but the seller's not required to repair it. But even if they say no, we know that that's, gosh, again, when you're looking at the big, I'm not talking about structural issues. We're talking about something on a much smaller scale, and it's much more easily controlled. So definitely something, absolutely, might as well get it tested so we know what we're dealing with. Did you get a non-leak lid, Jeffrey?
I hadn't drank it out of it yet. I'll find out.
Okay.
I mean,
you kind of do
Now look at me. Good thing my shirt's black. Otherwise,
I was gonna say we don't see anything. You're fine. Good to go.
Yes.
Awesome. I hope that wasn't hot coffee or anything. You were.
Oh, the vodka's in this one.
I was gonna say your hot toddy. Is that what's in there?
Yeah, nice water. It's water.
The other thing that we may want to consider the buyer to investigate, you mentioned this earlier, Jeffrey. Also, if the home was built prior to 1978, we may also have some asbestos. Now, asbestos intact is just fine. No problem whatsoever. The concern with asbestos is when it becomes friable. When it becomes friable, those little particles are breaking down. Those particles are getting in the air. We breathe the air, so those little particles get into our lungs. Long-term exposure to asbestos can be, it can be deadly. I don't know what's good, what's not, but what I do know is if the home was built prior to 1978 and there's concern about asbestos, or we think that there might be asbestos, then we encourage our buyer to have it tested. They can absolutely have that and tested. Removal isn't always the recommended treatment because when you remove it, you tend to break it up. And when you break it up, now we got those particles in the air again. So the preferred method is encapsulation, kind of wrap it back up and keep it intact. But it depends on the property. It depends on the situation. Let the experts handle that. And you said, Jeffrey, you came across, was it tiles? Is that what you said?
In the floor, yeah.
Okay. And the
just
floor.
looked like, yeah. And he tested it, and it was asbestos. I thought it was,
Yeah.
but
That's funny. I've heard of it in ceiling tiles, not in the floor. The biggest place I've heard of it is like insulation around pipes. Keep it from cold, hot, that kind of thing. Again, if you're in the basement or the crawl space with your buyers and you see some kind of fabric or material hanging, get out, one. But two, definitely my little red flag just went up to encourage my buyers to look into that a little bit more. Asbestos was banned in 78. So if we can remember lead-based paint, we can remember asbestos. I'm not saying there's nothing after 78, but you have less of a chance of seeing it after 78.
they brought up the point about lead-based paint when it was banned in the USA. The interesting thing was it was sold to China, who made our children's toys and sent it back to America.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, it still pops up on the news that a toy has, lead in it. So, I mean, yeah, like why ban it if I think you got a better chance of kids playing with toys than you do kids playing with windowsills. That's just me, you know? I know it doesn't make much sense, does it? So asbestos, radon. Let's see, what else are we educating parties about? Properties out in the county, we may be on an on-site septic system, even if it's in town. It might be on an on-site septic system. Y'all never assume that just because it's in city limits means that it's public sewer. Never, ever assume that. We can find out that information. Same thing if it's on well water. We're going to want, if it's on well water or on the on-site septic system, we're going to want to encourage our buyers to have both tested. Let's see.
When you brought up the radon, and it kind of hit me during my last course, and it's made me want to test it. I've got some of the best water you ever drank, but all wells should be drilled past the bedrock, or the granite and stuff. And granite is where the radon is coming from to begin with.
Yep.
And now you're drilling through it. So I've often wondered, this good water that I'm drinking, if it has it in it.
And the only way to know that, and that's a great point, even if you're on a well. So now we're getting a well water test, and we're also getting that radon. So you are absolutely right. It's common in wells because of where the well is dug, where the location is. So
the weird thing about mine was tested, and I had it tested because of my mother. She's on the same well. The weird thing that popped up in my water that I have zero explanation for, and nobody's gave me an explanation for it, was chlorine. Explain that.
Yeah, right.
And that was a state test. That was a state test. It wasn't dangerous levels. They said, "Are you near swimming pools?" Stuff like that. No.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. One of the wonders of the world. We really don't know what's under our ground, do we? Very, very, very interesting. Septic, on-site septic system. How many human heartbeats per bedroom are allowed?
2.
2. And I specify human because our 4-legged family members don't count. So 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. So what that means, the septic permit will tell you the capacity. And if the septic permit tells you 3 bedrooms, what that's saying is the septic system will support 6 people. Listing agents, I'm going to go back. I'm going to get out of 302 just for a second. Listing agents, just as a side note, if you're listing a property for sale that's on a septic system, do not list the number of bedrooms in that house until you get your hands on that permit. And you can only list the number of bedrooms on the permit. Everybody hear me? You could be standing in a 4th bedroom going, well, this is a 4th bedroom. But if the permit says 3, you're going to list a 3-bedroom with a den or a 3-bedroom with an office or something like that. Okay, just make very, very sure of that. Buyer's agents, we just want to make sure, again, encouraging the buyer to have it inspected. Listing agents, prepare your sellers. If the buyer wants to have the on-site septic system inspected, get your sellers ready, because the only way I know how to inspect something underground is to show up with the backhoe. And if the sellers aren't expecting this, they're going to freak out. So let them know when the septic inspection comes, they're going to have to come dig in the yard to get to that septic tank to do the inspection. And then again, the same thing with the well water. And this can all, the home inspector is almost always a good place to start for these other inspections as well. If it's not well water, the buyer still may want to have it tested. So I had a buyer was buying in Thomasville, downtown Thomasville. And she's like, I want to get the water tested. And I said, well, it's public. And she said, I don't care. I work in the hospital and I know things and I want my water tested. Fair enough. So if that's something that they want to do, again, we're going to help them do that and get them with the home inspector to have that test sent off. Coming back into town, we might be dealing a little bit more with some zoning or specifically some rezoning. DOT, my goodness, you guys, North Carolina is like in the top 3 growing states in the country. People are coming here because we have a fantastic state and they're now figuring this out. And North Carolina is booming. And you know what comes with booming? New roads, road widening projects, new roundabouts and intersections. And you're right, we don't have to go far to see a new highway being built or something. So making sure that we are listing or working with buyers, that we are visiting DOT's website, helping them gather the information about any road widening projects or any DOT projects. If you see something like this, you know something's up. But if the workers haven't showed up yet and started working, we don't know what's up. So if you don't see anything, it's still worth a visit to DOT's website. And then, of course, being familiar or knowing where to find zoning information. Most cities have a city website. And within that city website, we'll have a zoning tab or zoning place where we can get information. Make sure for your buyers specifically that zoning will allow their end use. So if your buyer looks at you and says, I want to convert my garage into a hair salon, I have a duty to make sure that zoning will allow that commercial business in addition to the residential. I'll tell you something. Yeah, and that's usually GIS, at that county's GIS is a good place to start. But we're just starting there, gathering information, right? That'll tell us the zoning, but that may not, it may help us point us in that direction that we need to go to get more information. GIS isn't going to tell me if a commercial hair salon is allowed, for example. So we may have to dig a little deeper to make sure that our buyers' end use can be met. We also need to be, you guys, real estate brokers, we need to be the experts of our market. So we need to be familiar with the area or areas that we want to work. And when you guys are driving around, it's not uncommon to see these red signs with white Z's. And what's that doing is notifying you that a proposed zoning amendment is on the table. So you may want to, get the information from the sign, maybe attend the public hearing, whatever. But just being familiar with what's going on and what could be going on, the proposals that could be going on as well. I know something that's come up. You see zoning for single family, you see zoning for multifamily. So if you're showing a buyer property and it's a single family, and maybe there's an apartment over the garage, and you hear your buyer talking about letting the local college student rent the apartment. Again, if it's zoned single family, how many families can live on that property? Just one. So if we hear our buyer talking about renting to the local college student, again, little red flags are going for us. Does that make sense? Like, let me make sure that it's zoned multifamily, that you can have 2 families living on the same property, just helping them gather that information. If the property is in an HOA, we may get to deal with restrictive covenants. Brokers, we're going to help our buyers get their hands on those covenants. We're going to help our buyers get the bylaws, the articles of incorporation, whatever documents are available from that HOA. Sometimes the listing agent seller will provide them. If not, these are all public records. So you'll just have to go to your county's register of deeds and find these covenants. Always remember, you guys, my job as a broker is to provide the covenants. I can't interpret the covenants. So if your buyer looks at those covenants and says, well, I don't know what this means right here, we need to get them to either the HOA management company or an attorney to interpret. I cannot interpret those legal documents. I'm just going to provide them. But especially in the HOA, your buyer may say, can I have a fence? Even when we're showing them property, can I have a fence? Can I park my RV in the garage, in the driveway? Things like that. I can't answer those questions until we look at those covenants, until we see that for sure. And don't rely on the Joneses. Never look at your buyer and say, well, they have a fence, so I'm sure it's okay. No. The only thing when you see a fence is that somebody put a fence there. You don't know that that homeowner could be in the throes of the legal battle with the HOA to get that fence taken down. So, and your buyer's good for that. Oh, well, they have a shed, so I'm pretty sure I can too. We're not relying on the neighbors. We're going to get these documents in their hands so they can look at that themselves.
I was guilty of that one, the shed, when I lived in the community. I got away with it, but yeah, I had one.
It was up. Did it, so if they can do it, I can do it too, didn't you?
Yeah, I was the only one with a shed, but nobody griped about it. But I did find out I wasn't supposed to have it.
Oh, you were the pioneer. You put the shed up first.
Hey, I got it rolling.
Somebody has to go first, Jeffrey.
But see, I'll be honest with you. When I bought the house, I didn't even know there was a HOA or covenants.
Oh my!
I had no clue that I couldn't do that, so I put it up there and found out after the fact. I didn't know.
Did they make you take it down?
No, they didn't. No, it got to stay. I was a good neighbor.
So it wasn't in highly. They didn't enforce, and some HOAs are more enforceable than others.
Right. So, and everybody knew me and stuff, and I was good in the community, and I guess nobody wanted to rock anything, and nobody told me to move it or anything like that. I just knew it wasn't supposed to be there, and I thought, well, it'll just stay there until somebody says something, and I got to move it.
Otherwise,
it wasn't like sticking out where you could see it.
Right. Let's see. Gabe asked about fines. It's going to be up to the HOA. So maybe they fine you X amount that is up. Maybe they start the court order. The HOA, if not their covenants and then their bylaws, are going to spell out what happens if you break the rules.
Well, I've been seeing in the news as a couple 3 weeks ago where North Carolina's might pick up these HOA things and put limitations on what a HOA can actually do to a homeowner. Where they're filing foreclosure on their homes and stuff like that. That ain't right. We both know that ain't right.
Yeah. And there's two sides of that argument, right? Because the other side is, well, most of us, when we buy in an HOA, we know we're buying an HOA. It's interesting to me that you didn't know that. But for the most part, I think when we're buying in and understanding buying in that, rules is rules, and if you don't like the rules, then don't buy here,
Didn't have the same disclosures
I can see both sides of the story here.
The disclosures were different when I bought my house.
And sometimes, when those change, because sometimes they can update, add new laws, remove laws, various things. So, you got some old HOAs out there that may need to do some updates to keep up with the times. But yeah, again, I'm not interpreting these things. I'm referring my buyer to the HOA with these specific questions. But yeah, some just enforce more than others is what it boils down to. Some just enforce more than others. So what we've been saying to this point so far, our buyers have been doing a lot of inspections. Our buyers are doing what they're supposed to do during due diligence, which is learn as much about the property as they possibly can. As they are doing these inspections and learning about the property, they're going to come across problems. They're going to come across issues. They're going to come across material facts. So we're reminded that as brokers, we always, always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. Never diagnose. You just got out of your lane. If I see a stain on the ceiling, I'm showing property and I see a stain on the ceiling, I'm going to say, ooh, look, stain. Did I call it a water stain? I don't know if it's a water stain. All I know is stain. The buyer immediately is going to say, what caused that? And if I attempt to answer that question, I've gotten out of my lane. I have diagnosed the material fact. My job is to say, hey, look, something, let's look into this further. Let's call the plumber or the roofer or whatever might be causing that stain. Everybody with me? And I think this is hard because, again, our nature is to help. But guys, if you don't know, you can't act like a roofer or a plumber. You've got to stay in your lane, keep that broker hat on. So we always have the duty to discover, disclose material facts, never diagnose. And I also don't care who you're talking to. Are you talking to a client or are you talking to a customer? We always have a duty to disclose material facts. I'm not going to lie to you guys. For the last about 5 years now, 4, 6, somewhere in there, let's just say 5 years, almost half of the disciplinary actions have been about material facts. Last year, it was like 48% of the disciplinary actions were about material facts. And this has been going on for 4, 5, 6 years now. Because of that, they are hitting material facts hard in CE. And they have every year, and they will continue to do so until those disciplinary actions, until those numbers come down. So when it comes to material facts, what I have to say to you guys is disclose, disclose, disclose. When in doubt, disclose. It's just that simple. Comments on that? I'm about material fact out. I'm not going to lie. I would love another topic in CE. But like I said, until we get this figured out, we're going to keep seeing it.
I need to refer back to my book to see all the material facts again, because I'll just be pointing stuff out, left and right.
You know what I say? If it doesn't look normal to you, then it's worth pointing out. Let's say I'm at a listing appointment and the seller and I are walking through the home and I'm getting the information I need to list their home. We walk into the kitchen, I do a quick scan and everything looks normal to me. And I ask the seller, are there any problems with the appliances that are going to remain? And the seller says, nope, everything's fine. I looked and didn't have a red flag go up. The seller said there were no problems. Okay, we're good to go. It's not like I'm going to run over to the oven and say, well, I'll be the judge of that, start turning on burners and turning the oven on, right? If nothing looks out of the sorts to me and the seller tells me everything's fine, then we can move on to the next room. But if I look at that oven and it's like tilted, it's cockeyed just a little bit, y'all, I'm not an oven expert, but my oven at home, the door's on straight. You know what I'm saying? So if it's cockeyed, that doesn't work. My little red flag just went up. And that's what we are constantly looking for, is that little red flag.
And what do you say in that case? The oven's cockeyed.
I say the oven door looks a little wonky, seller. Are you sure it's working just fine? If I'm looking at my buyer, I say, maybe we negotiate an allowance for you to get a new oven because clearly this one isn't sealing to bake your cake. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think an oven would make or break a deal. But maybe what can we do to get you to get you an oven that does have a door that seals.
Bringing up what you talked about, that spot on the ceiling. So, and you're right about the way you described it or how you need to approach it. But the same thing is kind of ironic. I was at my mom's house sitting there and I was talking to her and I noticed on her ceiling there was a spot. And I thought, where did this spot come from? And after going and investigating and looking, mom's house is old enough. Y'all ain't old enough to remember this, but way back in the day, they had antennas on the roof. Okay, so the antenna had to go through the roof like this, or the cable itself did actually, is what came into the house. And the cable came through like an aluminum pipe. So you got the cable coming through it like that,
Yeah.
So whenever they went to cable, these lines were cut and stuff, but this is hollow that's going through, and water somehow had found a way to come through there and was coming to the end of it and dropping down to the wood and making it down to her ceiling.
Wow.
I just had to seal it. The roof wasn't really leaking, but that was the problem. It wasn't a roof issue so much as that old line that used to be there.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's great, Jeffrey. Thank you. And to your point, until the roofer gets up there and says, "Hey, this is what's up,"
Business.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't get off
Not our business. Oh my God.
Listen,
Oh.
I think we have really big hearts, and I think we want to help. And especially buyers, maybe even a first-time home buyer that we know doesn't have a lot of money laying around, extra money, you know what I'm saying? They're using all of their resources to buy this house. And I think it would just be so easy to say, okay, this is what I think it is. But guys, you're acting in a capacity that you're not, licensed or certified to act. And that's where the problem lies. People are going to let me tell y'all something. People think real estate brokers should know everything. It's amazing to me what people think we should know. And that's why it's just so important that we make sure we stay in our lane. My job is to brokerage the transaction. My job is to bring buyer and seller together. Let everybody else do their job. And I think that's one of the best ways we can stay out of trouble. You know what I'm saying? I was shown out, we'll go to break, but I was shown property once for one of my teammates. And I said, man, that woman was a little, I said, don't ask me to show that woman again. She was just all over the place. And he said, I know, right? But it was a vacant home and it was like out in the middle of nowhere, so this farmhouse or something out in the middle of nowhere. And I don't know how long it had been vacant, but it had been vacant long enough that there were a couple cobwebs and, nothing to get excited about, but there was evidence that it had been vacant. And we were in the kitchen and I opened the pantry and there were droppings on the floor. And I went, ooh, droppings. And my girl freaked out. What is it? I don't know. I missed that day at school. I don't. Well, if you were a home inspector, what would you say it is? I'm like, and she just wanted me to give her something. And I had to be very careful because I could have easily said, oh, it's that. We'll just set a couple traps out and not worry about it. But I had to be very, very careful not to give her anything. And at one point, she even busted out I'm not going to hold you to that. I don't trust that. I do not trust that. So with that being said, I am going to, and this is perfect timing because as we go to break, it looks like our other person is joining us. So yay, we're getting ready to add to our numbers. So you guys take a break. I'm going to talk to Kara. Again, hey, Kara, let's take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 7:21 and keep going. So hello, Kara. And we can hear you now. Hey, Gabe. Gabe's mic's been in and out. So Kara, just a couple things just to get you up to speed. Of the 3 hours max you can miss, you're down 2 hours and 10 minutes. So if that's going to be a concern or a problem, you may just want to reach out to Lane and get another 302. But the max you can miss is 3 hours.
Okay, I'm fine. I totally spaced. We got back from vacation last night and I've
Gotcha.
been a little out of it today. So I
I
just looked at my
understand.
phone and I was like, I'm supposed to be in class right now. And I ran
Okay,
back
good, good,
upstairs.
good. So we're in chapter 14. You'll pick up with us in a second, but I just want to share with you, I'm actually recording this class and we'll have a YouTube channel. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to send you guys an email with the link to our YouTube channel and then also a link to the Google Drive that'll have like the PowerPoints and the big forms that we're going to go over, that kind of stuff. So you can look for that email tomorrow morning. And then you'll also have today's recording. So you can go back and kind of get caught up real quick on what you missed.
Okay.
Let me think. The big stuff. You got into Learn Test Pass. Were you able to?
Yeah, it's in
Perfect. Okay. And you got the email. Well, obviously you got the email from Lane, but you signed your registration and your contract for her.
there. Yes, the
Okay.
two like Google forms. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So sounds like you're caught up and you are here just in time for break. So, hey, I hear you. We just got back on Saturday, so it took me a couple days to get
I
off beat
drove
time.
12 and a half hours yesterday from Florida with a 3 and a 4-year-old in the
Oh
car.
my
So my
goodness.
brain is a little spacey today.
Goodness, I bet so. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. So yeah, I think you're pretty much caught up. So let's
Okay.
let's take our little break. We'll come back at 7:21 and the other thing too, I want to make sure you have my contact information. So if there's any questions, if there's anything I can help with, I don't want you to hesitate to reach out to me. So make sure I spell this right. S-T-O-U-C. Okay. So there's my email.
Thank you. My company requires me to have my post licensing done in 6 months, so I have to take this class.
Yep.
There's no other option.
Gotcha. So you got your manual, you got Learn Test Pass. You also got me. I'm here as a really good resource as well. So if you're ever stuck or anything I can help with, I never want you guys to hesitate to reach out to me.
All right, thank you. You can go to break and I will be back or I will be here ready to go.
And we'll go at 7:21. Sounds good.
That's good. Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right. So, Kara, this is Jeffrey and Gabe. Jeffrey and Gabe, this is Kara.
Hi. Sorry, I'm late.
Kara, if you will do me a favor real quick, is this the name that you have in here? Is that your legal name? Is that what the real estate commission calls you?
They have
Perfect.
my middle name in there. Does that matter?
No, that doesn't matter.
You
So
need
what
me to
I
put
want you
my
to do is add your license number for me. So when you move your mouse, one of your toolbar options is participants.
participants? Okay. Rename.
And then, yeah, yep. And then if you'll throw your license number in there for me, that would be great. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, Gabe, she's got you beat. She's newer than you are.
No, I'm
People.
old. I'm old now. Let's go.
So, Kara, you indicated your firm. That means you are active. You are affiliated with a firm. Have you had your first transaction yet? Your first closing or listing? You're that new. So we're building you up for it. That's what we're doing here. We're going to get you that first closing, that first listing, and that's what we're doing here in post. I gave Gabe and Jeffrey the homework assignment because they're both active and new as well. So I've given them the homework assignment during our time together in this class to find a buyer, put them under contract, so we can all talk about it together in class. Cool? That's all you got to do.
I want some of what she's been smoking.
I'll try my hardest, but
yeah, that's all you
I'm
can
still
do.
trying to figure out computer programs. So
it takes time. It's definitely a process to get up and going. And you guys are off to a good start. At least being affiliated, at least being active, being under the supervision of a broker in charge. So definitely rely on your BIC to help you get through this, to navigate through all this newness and all these things that you're learning. So we talked about material facts. Okay, so we've been through the inspections. Remember, during due diligence, it's the buyer's opportunity, it's the buyer's chance to learn as much about the property as they possibly can and decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? And part of what the buyer, when learning the issues with the property, learning about all the problems, there's a very good chance through this process that the buyer may want to ask the seller to do repairs. Is the seller under any obligation to fix anything?
No.
Y'all, they don't have to change a light bulb. Prepare your buyers for that. Let your buyers know. I'll ask, no problem. But either the seller will agree to do all of it, some of it, or none of it. Remember what we just said. Due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with and terminate the transaction? And that means whether or not the seller is willing to do any repairs. If they say, I'm not fixing anything, I'm not even changing a light bulb, then the buyer needs to take that into consideration. They need to have that information to decide if they want to purchase or terminate. But you got to prepare them for them. Buyers generally don't like this, you guys. I'm going to be very honest. Buyers generally don't like it when you say the seller doesn't have to fix anything. And let me tell you something. The buyers know somebody that has an uncle that tells them otherwise. But that's not the case. So make sure that we have these conversations up front. Even if the home is advertised as is, as a buyer's agent, does it hurt me to ask? The worst they can say is no. Okay. Remember who you represent in this transaction, and that's the buyer. So if your buyer wants you to ask, then that's what we're going to do for our client. If the seller agrees to do any repairs, if they agree to do any repairs, we need to have the repairs negotiated, agreed upon, and signed, all while we're still in due diligence. I want to say that again. If the seller agrees to do any repairs, we need them negotiated in writing and signed before 5 o'clock p.m. on our due diligence date. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. Once the seller agrees to do repairs, we have a form that we're getting ready to look at, and that legally, contractually obligates the seller to do the repairs. So we got to get them to sign for the buyer to know to move forward from due diligence or not, but the repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement or whatever other arrangements the parties work out. I find it in incredibly poor taste to send the due diligence repair request to the seller at 4 o'clock on the due diligence day. You're setting them up for a hard, fast no. We want the seller to have time. Maybe they want to talk to their own electrician to see what's up. Maybe they want to investigate it themselves. This makes sense? So we want to make sure the sellers have time to consider it if we want them to consider it. So all about that planning and that contract, that due diligence period and planning all these inspections. That's why we want to get them done fast to allow time for any repair negotiations, if any, if applicable. Usually from repair negotiations, if we agree to do anything, we may come down to 1 or 2 forms that we might look at. And we're going to briefly look at both of these right now. So first is the due diligence request and agreement. And the other one is an agreement to amend the contract. So maybe you ask for your buyers and you ask for repairs. And the response you get is something along the lines of, in lieu of repairs, how about we renegotiate the purchase price? Or in lieu of repairs, how about the seller is willing to pay some buyer's closing costs? If we're going to do things in lieu of repairs, then we need to amend the contract. And we have a form for that. Remember, an amendment is just a change. So with that being said, we're going to get out of here for just a second. Y'all know, in real estate, we love our paperwork, right? I mean, we love our paperwork. So, there's an old joke down at the commission, and the punchline is we have a form for that. The majority of times, the majority of situations, they have provided forms, or the NC Realtors has provided us with a form. But if you ever run into a circumstance or situation that they don't have a form for that, we know we're getting attorneys to draft things up to fill in those blanks. And I say that to say they've done a really good job of providing us with forms in many situations, many situations. So first off, we have the due diligence request and agreement. This is going to be used. The buyer's agent can use this when they're requesting repairs, so they can actually fill in what we want here. You need to be specific. Don't say fix the electrical. Because if they change a light bulb, haven't they fixed the electrical? You need to be specific and say, this is specifically what we want done with the electrical. Maybe you even provide that portion of the home inspection report that shows, or the electrician's report that shows what the expert says is wrong with the electrical. Be specific. Don't leave anything up. Remember, you're doing this on behalf of your buyer. So we want to make sure that the repairs get done the way your buyer wants. There's no requirement, unless we agree to otherwise, for the seller to hire anybody. You can see here that it says that all repairs are to be made in a good and workmanlike manner. Well, what does that mean? Lots of people think they know what they're doing with a hammer. Lots of people think they know what they're doing with drywall or screwdriver or something, right? We got YouTube, right? So I could build a house by watching a YouTube channel. This idea of good and workmanlike manner is supposed to be up to standard. It's supposed to be up to code. One thing you may want to consider doing as a buyer's agent is specifying in here to be completed by a certified electrician or by a licensed plumber. You guys with me? Not that I won't want the seller in there fixing it, but if you specify that, then it becomes part of the negotiations. It becomes part of the agreement. This form, I know we haven't looked at the contract yet because we're going out of order. But when we look at the contract, we're going to see one very important sentence. And that one sentence in the contract says, this property is being sold in its current condition. And as soon as the seller agrees to fix anything, to repair anything, we have amended that one sentence. So the property is as is, the contract tells us this, unless the parties agree otherwise and use the due diligence request and agreement. Couple blue boxes here. This is just letting us know. This is guiding us back to the agreement to amend, which we're getting ready to look at. So again, if there's anything in lieu of repairs, then we're just reminded by the notes that it may serve us better to use another form, a different form, instead of trying to use this form for changing the purchase price, for example. The other piece of this form is whether or not the buyer agrees to a lease their inspection reports or a portion of their inspection report. I mean, there's both sides to every story, but I really do feel that the buyer has a stronger case if they provide that portion of the home inspection report. If they can show the seller, look, this is what the home inspector said was wrong. This isn't just me making it up. This isn't just me trying to get one over on you. This is what the home inspector said. So, some buyers will say, I don't care, release the whole report. Well, be careful with that too, because if that buyer terminates, they just bought the seller a home inspection. You guys with me? So there's a couple different arguments, and it's my job to present all sides of the argument and let the buyer decide what they want to do. Does that make sense? It's their home inspection report, so they need to decide what to do with that information. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. So far, this is only a one-page form. This is one of the few one-page forms we still have. I wouldn't be surprised if someday soon it doesn't turn into a two-page form. But right now, it's just one. Questions or comments on our due diligence request and agreement?
Can you hear
Hey, Gabe, I barely, what you
Can you
got?
hear
You're
me?
breaking up a little bit. Yeah.
me? Yeah, I'm going to speak like super loud.
Are you
I
shouting?
gotta yell at you guys.
Don't yell at us.
So would this be like something that we could possibly see on the exam at the end of class? Would this be testable stuff?
So we do have a couple forms that we're looking at in this class together. And you very well could see a test question, for example, that says buyer and seller agree to repairs. Which form should they use? So we don't need to do a deep dive on the forms yet, but we do need an idea of what
General.
purpose they serve. Exactly. It's not going to say what's the second blue note say. It's not going to get that specific, but it is going to want to make sure that you know which form to use in that situation. Good question. Thank you. Let's see. Just make sure there's nothing else rattling through my brain. By the by, you guys, I know you're new. I know you're getting introduced to these forms. Make sure you read these forms. You familiarize yourself with these forms. You know what's in these forms before you ever ask a client to sign it. Will you guys promise me that you will never send something to the client to sign if you don't know what's in it? Fair enough? So before you use a form, that's when you sit down and read it and make sure you're good. And if you have any questions with it, you just go to your book. Fair enough? The other one mentioned was the agreement to amend the contract. And remember, the amendment is just a change. So we're under contract. We've agreed in the offer to purchase and contract to the terms. But for whatever reason, we've run into, I call it round 2 of negotiations. We've run into round 2 and we've agreed to other terms. Now, old school. Pick up the contract, pick up your pen, make the change on the contract, and have all parties initial. That's how we used to do it. When we look at the contract, you can see I don't have a lot of room to write. I don't have room in the margin. I don't have room to make notes. I certainly don't have room to make people initial. While that practice is still okay, I'm a big fan of, if they give us a form, why not use it? It keeps it clean. It keeps it simple. And y'all check with your firms, because they may have a policy on you using this versus marking up the contract. But this is cleaner. It's simpler. They did this change just recently, where they even gave us a place to put, is this the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment? Because sometimes you may go into round 2 of negotiations and round 3 of negotiations and round 4 of negotiations. So if you're amending a couple different things a couple different times, we can specify which amendment this is. We start with a big red warning. Remember when we went under contract, one of the first things we did was send the contract to the lender and send the contract to the closing attorney. Now we've changed that contract. So this warning is reminding us, don't forget to send the change to the lender and the closing attorney so they have the information that they need to proceed. And as we look further on this form, we can see things that can be changed. And I'll address additional buyer in just a second. But things that we can change, maybe we've renegotiated the purchase price. Maybe we've added earnest money. Maybe we've requested and have been granted more time for due diligence. One thing that may allow us to get more time is to offer more money, a higher due diligence fee. So all these terms that we previously agreed upon, we now have the opportunity to come back and change if need be. If we're going to change our escrow agent, we have the ability to do so here, and then the new escrow agent can sign acknowledging receipt. The good closing attorneys, they're sometimes hard to get in. And if they're booked out for weeks and weeks and you're trying to get in, you may not be able to use the escrow agent you originally want to use. That makes sense? So now we got to change attorneys, which means we'll need to move that escrow money from here to there. So there's various reasons why we might change attorneys, but it's been my experience that the good ones, they're good for a reason and word gets out, and sometimes they're not easy to get in. We could amend the settlement date, any seller expenses, any expenses that the seller's going to pay towards the buyer's closing costs. Maybe we've renegotiated to add or remove a home warranty. So basically the things that we can amend, these are for the most part the blanks that we fill in the offer to purchase and contract. Those negotiable terms. The additional buyer piece was just added this past revision, this past July, because sometimes if the buyers, for example, if the buyers have a cosigner, the lender may request the cosigner to be on the contract, the cosigner to be on the contract and the deed, for example. So if we need to add a buyer, like in the case of a cosigner, we can do so using the agreement to amend. Questions on this one? So all this is happening. We're still in due diligence. We finally come to some kind of agreement, if any. And we're not the only ones working through the contract to closing process. There are other parties working through the contract to closing process as well. As mentioned, as soon as we go under contract, you send that contract to the lender, and then you're immediately going to send it to the settlement agent. You and I call them the closing attorney. But technically speaking, they are the settlement agent, also known as the closing attorney. Once they get the contract, they're going to start their process And one of the biggest pieces of the closing attorney's process is to do a title search. So the closing attorney will do a title search on the property. They will learn anything that's in the public records about the property. And if there's anything that could affect transfer of title, anything that causes a cloud on title, then the closing attorney will get with the seller to correct. And that's got to be done before settlement. Even if we're after due diligence, the seller always has a duty, always has an obligation to clear up whatever may need to be cleared up that's discovered on the title search. Obviously, there's a good chance that there's going to be some unpaid liens. Well, we know the seller will pay those unpaid liens as part of their closing proceeds. But what about other things that may come up? Issues with the title. Maybe there was a deed in the history that didn't get signed by one of the parties. I mean, there's so many things that can happen. And that's why the closing attorney is so very important to the buyer. The buyer hires the attorney, and the attorney's job is to make sure their buyer client is getting clear marketable title. And the only way they can ensure that is by doing this very, very, very thorough search, very, very thorough title search. Most of them will do it early-ish on, maybe halfway through, whatever. They all have their own processes. And often what we see is, again, if there's any issues, they'll get those addressed. Usually, one of the last things that the attorney does before they record the new deed, they're going to arrange for title insurance. And title insurance will not release the policy until they have the title opinion by the attorney. So the title insurance wants to know that the attorney has done that very thorough search, and of their opinion, it's clear marketable title. You guys remember mechanics liens? They have 120 days after the work ends to file the lien. So let's imagine a scenario. This is horrible, but let's imagine a scenario where the buyer asks the seller to do repairs. The seller says, yeah, I'll do those repairs, no problem. They do the repairs, but guess what? They don't pay the mechanic. The property goes to closing. 119 days later, the mechanic files the lien. And remember, those liens follow the property. So the seller did the repairs, but they literally stuck the buyer with the bill. There's nothing that the title search can do to discover that because it's not been filed yet. It's not been recorded yet. However, that's the kind of thing that title insurance will help that new owner with, that buyer owner with, because it couldn't be discovered prior to settlement. Another thing to consider when you guys are doing that due diligence repair and request agreement or request and repair agreement, we could put verbiage in there that says something like the seller to provide paid in full invoices upon completion. Not only does that show us that our buyers won't have to worry about a mechanics lien, but it also shows the buyer who did the work. So if it breaks 2 weeks after they buy the home, they know who to call. So we can kind of put verbiage in there like that to protect our buyer a little bit. Remember, the sellers all got to agree to it. It's all negotiable. Another thing the closing attorney will assist us with in their process, if there's a lease on the property, they can assign the lease from the seller landlord to the buyer landlord. So they can assist us with drawing up a new lease for the new terms, the new landlord. They can also assist with transferring the security deposit. Remember, the seller landlord is going to have a security deposit, and we got to get that money to the buyer landlord. So the closing attorney can assist with all that if the property being purchased has a lease in place. And then the closing attorney, near the end, they start touching base with the lender. Near the end, as we're getting closer and closer to closing, lender and closing attorney will get together and make sure that they're all working together. The lender sends the buyer's closing disclosure to the attorney to kind of put their finishing touches on it, make sure their fees are on it, anything local that the lender may not know about. The closing attorney also prepares the seller's CD. The lender only prepares the buyers. So they're going to send that to the attorney. The two are going to get together and make sure everything is on there that needs to be. And then the closing attorney is going to send or complete the seller CD. Once those are done, then the closing attorney sends the CD for me and you to review. And we have a duty, that's that old car thing, to make sure we're reviewing the CD on behalf of our buyers and sellers. And that's why a big chunk of this class is on the closing disclosure. So Kara, what you have to look forward to tomorrow night is closing disclosure night with calculators and math and all that good stuff. Email from Lane. Did you get the CD in the email from Lane? It was an attachment that's perfect. And do you have the ability to print? You're on mute.
Yes, I already printed it.
Perfect. You can I want you to have a CD if you can for class tomorrow when we go over it. But I definitely want to make sure you have one for your exam so you can use that for your test. So perfect. Thank you. So yeah, the closing attorney, they'll do the final CDs and send them to us for us to review. And guys, by the time we're getting the CD, we're like a day or two away from settlement. I mean, it's like tomorrow or what's today? Tuesday. It's like tomorrow or Thursday kind of thing. So by the time you and I are getting it, it's very close. More on the CD in just a bit. Back to our contract closing process. Buyer's agents, once you review the CD and you know that it's good, we're going to tell our buyers how much they need to bring to closing. You and I get to tell our buyers to the penny how much they're going to bring to closing once we've reviewed the CD. They got to be readily available funds. So either we're doing certified funds, money order, maybe we're doing a wire transfer. Sometimes the attorney has a preference. Sometimes they say if it's over X amount, we'll only accept a wire transfer. So if you're not familiar with this attorney, if you don't know their process, then just pick up the phone and call them and tell them my buyers and I are coming and I just want to make sure that they get the right readily available funds. Nobody can show up to closing with a personal check. I should say nobody can show up to settlement with a personal check because that thing has to clear the bank and nobody wants to wait a couple, 2, 3, 5 days for that thing to clear before we can proceed to closing. Does that make sense? So readily available funds, what do we do specifically? That may just depend on the attorney's preference. And so I bring up a good point, and probably one of the biggest mistakes that those brokers across the state make is calling settlement closing. We're so good for this. And you guys will too. You're going to look at your buyers one day and you're going to say, okay, we're going to closing later this week. It's just part of the lingo. It's part of the jargon, and that's all fine and dandy. But I need everybody to understand that there is a difference. There is a big, big difference. I have a confession. Let's see, y'all. I didn't get a chance to tell you this yet. I started in real estate in 2001. So this year I'm celebrating 24 years in the industry. It was like child labor laws being broken when I started real estate. No, I'm just kidding. But it's been a while. And in all my years, I have never attended closing. And I would be willing to bet none of you have either. What we attend, what we do when we go with our buyers and sellers to the attorney's office is settlement. What we attend is settlement. And that's when buyers and sellers sign their documents. Sellers, maybe they go to the attorney's office and sign. Maybe they sign ahead of time in front of a notary. It's up to the sellers, whatever their preference is. Buyers almost always need to be there to sign the paperwork. If buyers have to bring money, if sellers have to bring money, all of that happens in settlement. Once everybody leaves, agents, buyers, sellers leave settlement, then the attorney continues on with closing. Closing is the final act of settlement. Closing is when title insurance is released. Closing is when the attorney offers their title opinion for title insurance. They put the finishing touches, they get the money from the lender. And the last act of closing, the very last thing to happen, is that the attorney records the buyer's new deed. And then, and only then, is it a done deal. We're close with settlement, but it's not done yet. It's not official. Once that deed is recorded, that's when the seller can get paid. That's when you and I get paid, the attorney, the lender, all those people that are waiting to get paid. And that is when the buyer is getting access to the property. That's when the buyer is getting the keys to their brand new home. Many buyers and their agents have stories about buyers getting keys at settlement. The contract tells us that's not when buyers get keys. We'll see that next week when we look at our contract. Buyers agents, best practice, they will hand you the keys. They'll say, here you go. And your buyer's going to look at you and say, ooh, give me the keys. Let me have those. Best practice, buyers agents, you need to keep those keys securely in your pocket until you get the notice from the attorney that the deed has been recorded, because it's not the buyer's property until then. It's still the seller's. So you give the keys to the buyer and you say, promise me you don't go to the home until you hear from me. And the buyer says, I promise. Do you believe them? So they go to their brand new home that's not been recorded yet. It's not theirs yet. They lie to you. They go to the new home. They walk in the front door, fall down, and get hurt. Who's that on?
The seller.
That's still on the seller. So it's really important. All buyers have a really good reason why they need the keys now. They all do. But I'm a stickler for the contract, and the contract specifically says that keys will not be provided. Possession to the property will not be provided until closing. And closing is defined as when that deed is recorded. What do we think about this? Kinda.
Working.
Yell at us, Gabe.
Yell at us.
I don't know. It seems fair, you know. You're at the end. You've checked over everything in settlement and stuff, and then closing, you're getting everything together. That is. It sounds like that's the time to actually hand over the keys. And in terms of like if they got hurt, and the seller hasn't given those keys yet, then that makes sense as well. That's they're trespassing at that point if they don't own the house.
That's it. That's exactly it. Nail on the head. The best thing I have to say to you guys is, once again, prepare your buyers for this. I understand we're going to settlement tomorrow, but you need to understand that when we leave the attorney's office, you probably won't be leaving with your keys. So if that case, the broker will get an email from the paralegal. It is my favorite email in this whole industry, and it's short and it's sweet and it's to the point. The email will say, we are on record. And that's when you know it's a done deal. And that's when you can make arrangements to meet up with your buyer. So don't go far. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's all going to happen this day as long as everything goes according to plan. But just tell the buyers ahead of time. Don't expect your keys at the attorney's office. Same thing with us. Y'all don't expect your commission at settlement, because money can't be dispersed until that deed is recorded. So you just have to ask the attorney. Some attorneys record in batches. Some do it one time at the end of the day, right? They're all just a little bit different. So ask them about, when can I expect to be notified that we're on record?
But if it's done on a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock, the attorney sometimes can't make it over there in time to do what he needs to do, and it'll be Monday before you get it.
So Jeffrey, we all know, I mean, register of deeds, they close at 5:00, right? They're not going to stay open until 5:01, especially on a Friday. So because of that, most attorneys will schedule the last settlement at like 3:00. So that gives them time to get through settlement and then get those deeds to the register of deeds before 5. With that being said, can things happen? Can the internet go down? Can the power go out? Can things happen? So that's why it's still not a guarantee. And unfortunately, if the internet goes down at 4:30 and we haven't recorded yet, then we're not going to record until Monday morning. And unless the buyers and the sellers can arrange a buyer possession before closing agreement, closing's been delayed. There's a cajillion reasons that could delay closing. I always tell my parties to have a plan B. I always tell them to have a plan B because I don't want anybody sleeping in the U-Haul tonight or over the weekend. So, and ideally the internet's up and the power's on and we'll be able to record at 4 and we'll get notice at 4:30. But there's so many things that can happen out of our control. So just prepare them for that. But most attorneys, like I said, they're not scheduling settlement. 3:00's the latest they'll schedule it. So they still have time to do what they need to do before 5. The stickler I am. My husband and I bought this house. We were COVID purchasers when we bought our home in 2020. And I got to wear 2 hats. Not only did I get to be the buyer, but I also got to be the buyer's agent. I'm not paying somebody else a commission for me to buy a house. Are you kidding me? So I got to wear 2 hats. I got to be the buyer's agent. And we went to the attorney's office. We did our thing. The attorney handed the buyer's agent the key. But as the buyer, we didn't come in the property until after I got notice that it recorded. That key stayed securely in my pocket, even though I had it. But it was that different roles, that different transactions. My husband even said, can we go to the house? Not until we get, take me to lunch. And then by then we should have noticed that this thing has been recorded.
When I sold my house at the last moment, the buyers decided they didn't want the hot tub in the sunroom. Yeah.
Boy.
So I had to pull the people building my house, this house, off this job and beg them to go over there and take down glass panels of a sunroom to get the hot tub out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And the sad thing was the people buying my house were newlyweds and they didn't want a hot tub. Really? Man, what's wrong? You ain't know what I'm saying, Gabriel. It makes sense to me whatsoever. And the thing was, nothing could be scratched or messed up in the removal process. I mean, you're removing glass panels. I mean, it was a glass sunroof. It was a job, and so that made me have to redesign the back of this house that I'm in now and add what was I going to do with the hot tub but to add another addition to the house while I was building it.
While you were at it.
So it's sitting back there.
So did your house that you were selling, did it close on time? Did it work out? It closed on time,
Yeah.
or did you? Good.
Well, I had
good.
an excellent contractor. I mean,
Great.
he walked on water. He was awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
And it's something, like I said, anything can cause a delay, and it even could be something like that, a last minute something, a last, 11th hour kind of thing. So, I don't have a crystal ball. And I can't tell you what might cause a delay in this transaction. But what I do know is delays are common. And I'm going to tell my guys to have a plan B just in case. Just in case.
These people requires a $3 bill. I mean, even right before closing, they wanted the gas company to come back out and measure the fuel that was in the tank right before closing. After they'd already came out, all these figures have been done, and at most it's probably $3 or $4 worth of fuel that was used because I had like a dual system in the basement for hot water and cold water. What hot water and cold water? That makes sense. I went according to the power bill and what propane was costing. And if propane was way down, I was using propane and not electricity.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And this house the same way. I do the same thing.
Nice. And that's, I mean, there's, fuel and fuel tanks has become such a big deal that we're seeing it in the contract now. They just went ahead because I ran into cases like this where people are haggling over the fuel, so it's addressed in the contract now. And that's what I've always heard. If something winds up in the contract, it's because of an incident, because something happened. So that's interesting that, people just get petty near the end. I don't know another way to say that. Sometimes they just get downright petty. So, just whatever we can to keep the deal together and keep it as close to on time is what we can. And making sure everybody's happy. We're juggling a lot, aren't we?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so settlement versus closing. The other thing that comes up is what happens if the buyer breaches, what happens if the seller breaches. We're going to get into both parties breach much, much, much more when we look at our contract in Chapter 11. So I'm going to ask that we hold off on this for now. I only bring it up now to let us know that sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes the buyer terminates on the first day. Sometimes they breach on settlement day. So sometimes things go wrong. And what I have to say to you is, the question I want you to constantly ask yourself is, what does the contract say? And the contract specifically spells out what happens in the event of buyer breach. The contract specifically spells out what happens in the event of seller breach. So being familiar with the contract, you guys may have perused it or poked around at it a little bit in pre-licensing, but a big portion of this class, a big portion of our time next week is a very thorough review of the offer to purchase and contract. And by thorough, I mean like word for word. So being familiar with the contract, knowing what's in it, is one of the best things we can do to protect both parties, specifically in the event of either party's breach. So contract to closing, and it's a process. There's a reason why they call it a process. I like to use calendars. I like to use scheduling, because think about it. I mean, in the height of my sales career, at one point I had 9 things under contract. That's 9 settlement dates. That's 9 due diligence dates. That's 9 home inspections. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot going on. So, organizing, finding in your calendar what works for you, but finding that system to keep up with all this stuff. And I think that's part of the good thing about you guys easing in. You work with a buyer, you work with a seller, and then you're with 2, and now you're with 3, right? So as you grow, you're going to learn those checklists and those systems and those things to help keep all of this together, because it can be a lot. It can be overwhelming. When we look at the contract next week, we're going to see some of these things that we've discussed here as part of the buyer due diligence. So we'll spend a little bit of time with that in the contract, but there's other really big things in the contract that I want to focus on now that we've kind of briefly been through that contract to closing process. The next little section in Chapter 14, we're going to talk about TRID. Specifically, RESPA and TILA make up TRID and what that means to us and what we need to know for the closing process. So TILA and RESPA have always been a thing. And it wasn't until the recession, it wasn't until the housing market crash that we got TRID. And all TRID did was it took TILA, it took RESPA, and it integrated them. Real estate is we are the most acronymous industry I know. By golly, if we can make an acronym out of it, we're going to. And TRID is like the acronym of all acronyms. TRID is comprised of TILA and RESPA. TILA is the acronym for the Truth in Lending Act. RESPA is the Real Estate Settlement Procedures together. When you combine them together, when you integrate them, today we have TRID. With the housing market crash, there There's a lot of theories out there about what went wrong, what caused the housing market crash. And one of the more common theories is fraudulent lending practices. Now, I certainly don't want to give the impression that all lenders were bad, because they weren't. But there were enough that caused issues. There were enough that caused concerns. There were enough that caused the powers that be that come together and come up with something to better protect the consumer. TRID is a consumer protection, and it's protecting the consumer from the lender, from the fraudulent lender. Even though they're integrated today, they still do two different things. When you see TILA, what I really want you to see is the word lending. TILA tells the consumer the cost to obtain the loan. How much is it going to cost me to get this loan? RESPA tells the consumer the cost to settle, the cost to close. So when we see RESPA, what I really want you to see is settlement. Prior to TRID, TILA had a set of forms and RESPA had a set of forms, and they were very, very similar. Similar enough that the average consumer said, well, I've already signed that. No, that's for TRID. I need you to sign a form for RESPA. There was more paperwork than necessary. It caused confusion. Buyers didn't know what they were signing. So TRID came in and said, okay, let's integrate this. Let's marry these two and have a simpler, better understanding process. And so today we have TRID. A couple things that TRID gives us besides consumer protection. The RESPA reform, it's curtailing what lenders can and can't do, specifically with their fees. Once lender quotes a fee, that is their fee, and that fee can't go up. So if they tell the borrower that I'm going to charge you 1% of the sales price, then that 1% is all they can charge. They can't come back later and change their mind and say, we're going to have to take 1.5. Keep in mind, 1% of the sales price, if the sales price changes, that's going to change the fee. But it's the percentage that can't change. Everybody with me? 1% of the sales price is 1% of the sales price, no matter what that sales price is. So making sure that lenders are disclosing their fees and not changing them once they've been disclosed to the consumer. Trying to rule out competition. Lender services. Lenders, the only service that lender can choose is the appraiser. And the lenders have their own little pool of appraisers, but supposedly they're a pool. And when I need an appraiser, I hit a button and the next one goes. So it's not like I can request the same appraiser every time. Does that make sense? I can't keep going for Bob. I hit a button and the next available appraiser goes out. That helps to keep things fair. That helps to rule out competition. The lender can never tell the buyer, the closing attorney to use or the home inspector, that kind of thing. The only thing they have control on is that random selection of the appraiser. And another thing it did away with was hidden fees. So many times buyers got to closing. So many times buyers didn't know what it was that they were signing. Y'all, I heard horror stories before TRID where buyers weren't seeing their final numbers until they were sitting at the settlement table. So you don't know what your monthly payment for the next 30 years is going to be until you're told to sign here. Is that not scary? That's like terrifying. And TRID said, yeah, no, we got to stop that. We got to let the consumer know about all their fees up front and ahead of time, well before closing. Today we have something like the loan estimate. The loan estimate comes out within 3 days of loan application. So it allows the buyer to see roughly an estimate of how much they have to bring to closing, what their monthly payment's going to be. We'll see a sample loan estimate in just a second. Because it's an estimate, when the loan estimate comes out, often the fees are underestimated. So the lender's going to put something in there, the home inspector. We want to make sure we account for the cost of the home inspector. But the truth is, this is so early, We may not know who the home inspector is yet. We may not know what they're going to charge, but the lender still has to account for it. So instead of, overestimating, they may tend to, okay, well, I guess what I'm saying is they know what the average home inspection in that area is going for. So we can kind of get an idea based on that. Again, it's not a final end all be all, but it is an estimate, making sure that the buyer can understand their costs, understand what it is that they're getting into when they make it to settlement. And the other thing that TRID requires is the lender to disclose any yield spread premiums. A yield spread premium is kind of an extra bonus or incentive to the mortgage brokers for making the loan. And it used to be that yield spread premium, that incentive would be passed on to the borrower. And TRID stepped in and said, you know what? They shouldn't have to pay that. If you want a better product, if you want a higher yield, then that should be your cost, your expense. So they need to make sure that those bonuses or incentives are disclosed. And if there aren't any, then they should be credited back to the borrower as part of their lender charges, lender fees. Other things that RESPA requirements, they give us, this is the one that hurt me and you. It used to be I could get a kickback or referral fee for recommending a lender. It used to be I could get a gift card for recommending a home inspector. And TRID said, gee, we have to wonder why this lender is being recommended. Is it because they're a good lender? Or is it because they're offering a $25 Target gift card every time you send them a buyer? Through the perspective of the broker, I may not have cared. I just wanted the stuff, right? I want my $25 gift card. I want my, there was cases of lenders that would put your name in the hat. And at the end of the year, they would do a drawing for an all-inclusive 5-day cruise. Why am I sending my buyer to this lender? Because they're the best one in town? I don't care. I want to go cruising. You guys with me? So TRID said, we got to do away with kickbacks or referral fees. This is the key. To or from settlement service providers. All those people that provide a service during settlement, me and you, the attorney, the lender, the inspectors, the surveyor, all those people that provide a service during settlement, we cannot give or receive $1 or a donut for recommending services. So they say that ship, that cruise ship has sailed. You and I are done collecting. Now, we mentioned Matthew Young. Matthew Young's going to bring you lunch. If you haven't had lunch yet from Matthew Young, you take an in-person class, you will. Matthew Young can do that. He's an insurance agent, and he can do that because he's providing lunch for all of us. What he can't do is come in and say lunch is for you and you because you sent me business last month. So they can come into the office, and they do come into the office, and they bring a box of donuts and their business cards and say, we're going to leave these here. If you want a donut, help yourself. If I can help, give me a call. But they can't reward you for sending them business. And the second piece of that is I can't receive it. So if they try, I've got to decline it. Questions on that? Yeah. Is Gabe going to yell at us again? You typing? Gotcha. Thank you. I guess I do have sign language. No, I'm just kidding.
If he types something, we can't see it.
Right, but I got you. I got you. So Gabe says, what are the agents that cannot receive a kickback? So anybody that wouldn't be that cannot receive, we cannot receive a kickback because we're a settlement service provider. So who could receive a kickback, who could offer it? There's we'll call it a loophole, but y'all know what? The home warranty companies have figured out a way around this because the home warranty policy doesn't kick in until after settlement. So the service they're providing isn't a settlement service, it's a post closing. Does that make sense? So some home warranties are offering, referral fee or a kickback. Some are, there could be arguments for that gray area. Get with your BIC before you accept anything. But yeah, brokers, attorneys, inspectors, lenders, all those people involved, we've got to keep, all they can do is call you and say, thank you. That's all they can do. Are you typing again? You look like you're typing. No? Okay. Okay, just want to be sure. Any other questions about this kickback thing? Like I said, life used to be good. Not no more.
A friend of mine got a 747 last week.
A what? Like a jet?
You follow
I would consider that something of value. I would. All right, let's see. It looks like it is break time, and it's actually our last break of the evening. So let's make it count. Let's take see 8:17. Let's go until 8:30. We'll get a few extra minutes here. And then when we come back at 8:30, that'll get us through. Actually, let's say 8:35. What the heck? So let's give us a few minutes here. And when we come back, we'll be good for the night. Everybody good?
That'll
Okay.
work.
All right.
Hey Siri, 17-minute countdown.
17 minutes starting now.
Wow. Welcome back. Don't go to sleep. I've been yawning. By this time, we'd already had Little Caesars pizza delivered. It ain't just for breakfast anymore.
All right. How are we doing for the last hour? Doing good?
Yeah, I broke out the hard stuff.
What do you have? It's like the third drink I've seen in your hand. Oh, is that like a muscle milk or something?
If it don't last, I'm going with my pineapple.
There you go. There you go. We're gonna see Jeffrey tomorrow. He's either gonna be all jacked up or he'll be sleeping because he didn't sleep all night. It's gonna go one way or the other.
Yeah.
So, and guys, like I said, seriously, I know on camera for attendance purposes, yada, yada, yada. But I also do enough night classes to know that this last hour is the toughest. So if you need to get up and walk around, I ask that you just stay close. Don't go too far and, poke in every once in a while so I know you're still somewhere around paying attention. Is that good? I get it. I get it. If I was sitting, I don't know. We wouldn't be getting this stuff done. We'd be dreaming. But
He's lifting weights.
who is Gabe?
Yeah. I got mine in my room too, brother.
There you go. All right.
If you hear snoring in the background, it's not me, it's my dog.
Oh.
No.
Dogs won't even come in. They're enjoying outside too much.
Oh, my dog lives the I'm a good office dog sleeping life. It's his favorite role in life.
That's a rough life, isn't it?
It is.
My German Shepherd, he snores. Good gosh. I've turned the TV off and everything. I thought the house was rumbling. It's my German Shepherd.
That's so funny.
My Cavalier King Charles might have you beat. He snores louder than any other dog I've ever heard in my life. All 30 pounds of him.
If I snore, my dog's got me beat for sure. I don't know if I
That's-
snore or not. They ain't ever
That's
complained.
funny. All right. So RESPA requirements, things that RESPA gives us. We talked about kickbacks, referral fees, and you can't receive them. Again, you guys, somebody may offer you something. Hey, you've sent me a lot of business this year. Let me do something nice for you. But $1 or a donut. So you can't even accept a small nominal gift, right? We're going to see the consequences for violating RESPA. And I'm telling you right now, that $25 Target gift card ain't worth it. So even if they offer, hands off, no thank you. And that's where it specifically says give or receive amongst settlement service providers. Another thing that RESPA does, their requirements, they've put in limitations on the escrow account. So when a buyer buys going through a lender, the lender creates an escrow account for that buyer. And we know a portion of your taxes and a portion of your insurance are paid in for your mortgage payment every month. That money is placed in an escrow account. At the end of the year, when those bills come due, the lender pays those bills on your behalf. How much they can collect each month is regulated by RESPA. And specifically, RESPA says you can't charge the consumer more than 1/12 of this year's taxes and this year's homeowner's insurance. So whatever the bill is, you take it, you divide it by 12, and that's the max they can charge that mortgage payment. The other limitation they put on the escrow account, the lender generally collects some money at settlement from the borrower to fund the escrow account and have a little bit of cushion in the event that those accounts go up, that those amounts go up next year. So is there a good chance that taxes are going to go up next year? Yeah. Is there a good chance that homeowners insurance is going up next year? We know that's coming. We've seen those headlines. How much they have, they want a little bit of cushion. So if those bills do go up, they can still pay taxes and insurance on the borrower's behalf. But again, how much they collect is regulated by RESPA. So lenders basically can no longer take money just for the sake of taking money. They're limited on what they can collect to fund it and throughout its course. The other big thing that we already mentioned, but real quick, is kind of a uniform settlement statement. Again, TRID had their own forms, RESPA had their own, and some of them look the same, some of them different. They were all just different. So they said, you know, for the people that use the forms, the lenders, the attorneys, the brokers, let's just make these uniform. So now today we just have one closing disclosure. We have one loan estimate. It helps for clarity. Once we get used to it, we know what to expect, and it allows us to better explain these things to our buyers. RESPA requires a know before you owe booklet. So once the borrower has begun the loan process is defined, or the loan application is defined as once the lender has collected certain information about the borrower and once the lender has collected certain information about the property. So we can only go so far in the loan process until we have a contract. And once we have that contract, that's when the loan application begins. Within 3 days of loan application, the lender is required to send the borrower a know before you owe booklet, which just tells them the things to expect with the loan process, things to look forward to throughout the contract to closing process. So 3 days from loan application. RESPA also requires disclosure of loan servicing. Who's going to service the loan once it's originated? Is the lender going to sell it to another lender for them to service it? Or is the lender going to keep it in-house and service it themselves? So what they intend to do with the loan once it's been originated needs to be disclosed to the consumer. If the loan is sold, then obviously that lender needs to provide that information. If your loan is sold, you should be getting 2 letters. One saying I've sold it, and another one that says I've picked up your loan, you need to start sending me your payments. So again, it's about disclosing and educating the consumer about this information. And then the other big thing that RESPA does is the loan estimate. They require the loan estimate to come out within 3 days of loan application. So that's what we were just talking about, where the lender may over exaggerate or overstate fees. You know, what we tell the buyer at the loan estimate they have to bring to closing doesn't have to match the closing disclosure. Y'all note that word, estimate. This is just somebody's guess. We're only 3 days from loan application. So it's still too early to have definites, but we want to give the buyer an idea of what to expect. It's okay to over exaggerate those numbers, but the problem with under exaggerating them is now you're going to have the buyer owing more, which TRID doesn't allow, RESPA doesn't allow. Anytime those numbers come down, that's okay, because that's in the best interest of the borrower. The concern is when those numbers go up. We, in just a minute, are going to look at a sample loan estimate, and we're also going to look at a sample closing disclosure so we can kind of have an idea of what those things look like. So the creator of this material, Carolina School of Real Estate, got the material from a company that provides PowerPoints and LearnTest Paths and all that good stuff. And they have some pretty clever acronyms. And one acronym that they have to help us remember RESPA requirements: kids eat up boogers, dirt, and lead. I didn't make this up. So if we can remember, if we can remember kids eat up boogers, dirt, and lead, then hopefully we can better remember those RESPA requirements. Again, the big thing for us is the kickbacks. Please remember, TRID is a lender law, not a broker law. TRID is a lender law. However, because we work with the lenders, because we work with the borrowers, we need to be familiar with the kickback thing. We need to be familiar with the loan estimate coming out 3 days of loan application. We also need to be familiar with some of the closing disclosure rules that we're getting ready to go over tomorrow night. Any questions about RESPA's requirements?
The lender doesn't have to send you the loan estimate, right? They just send it to the.
Yep, it goes straight to the borrower.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. And oftentimes some of this communication, like the booklet, like the loan estimate, the lender has an obligation to bypass us. They're going to send it directly to the borrower because that's their relationship. That's their client, not us. So we can help a lot, Kara, with communication and getting stuff back and forth. But really, when it comes to the lender, that's just between them. So let's get out of this for just a second. And let's see some samples. So first off, this is a sample loan estimate. I don't remember where it came from. The numbers, the figures don't matter. What matters is that we just kind of see an idea of what this looks like. And to Kara's point, in the real world, you and I will probably never see this. However, we can help educate our buyers, let our buyers know. Be on the lookout because soon you're going to get a loan estimate. The loan estimate, you can see here the information, date, applicants, property, sales price, and then the loan terms, what type of loan, 30-year conventional. And then we have the estimates. So right now I have the loan amount of $162,000. I have an interest rate of 3.875, monthly principal and interest payment. The burning question on the right is, can these amount increase after closing? And it's pretty clear to the consumer, it's pretty clear to the borrower that that loan amount, that interest rate, that monthly principal and interest are not going to change. Once you originate the loan, once it finalizes, those numbers stay the same. The lender's going to disclose if there is or is not a prepayment penalty. Will you have a balloon payment due at the end once you make your last payment? This is really clear, isn't it? I mean, again, you're getting all this information within 3 days of loan application. And you, of this consumer, if you have questions or concerns, you have plenty of time to reach out and discuss with the lender. Principal and interest, sure. Principal and interest stays the same for the life of the loan. However, Andy, my homeowners on this call may tell you that sometimes your mortgage payment changes. Sometimes you're sending more money into the lender than what you did last year. What's changing is your insurance or taxes are going up. Principal and interest stay the life of the loan, stay the same for the life of the loan. So what could adjust that is your taxes and insurance. So again, we have an estimate. There's our estimated insurance and our estimated escrow taxes. If we come down just a little bit more, I got estimated closing costs. And then we have the estimated cash to close. You guys, that's huge. I can't tell you how big that $16,054 number is. The buyer's getting this information within 3 days of loan application. Pre-TRID, there were times that the buyer wasn't seeing this money, seeing this figure until they were sitting at the settlement table. In which case the broker would often have to follow them to the bank to get the money to take it back to the closing attorney's office. Does that make you a little nervous? You're getting ready to sign a 30-year commitment and you don't even know how much you have to bring. I mean, just my heart flutters a little bit when I think about how things used to be. Not all lenders, not all attorneys, but there were buyers dealing with this. There were buyers not knowing until they signed, you owe me $16,054. Is that not just absurd? So TRID said, we've got to stop this and we've got to stop it right now. We're going to tell them within 3 days of loan application that they got to come up with this estimate by settlement to purchase the home. I don't have, because that's my closing. Yeah, I don't have the second page of the loan estimate, but if I did, what the second page of the loan estimate does, it doesn't just say your estimated closing costs are $8,054. The second page of the loan estimate gives a breakdown of how we came up with that number. How much of that number is going to loan application fees, is going, for the survey, the pest inspection, all those fees, all those closing costs. So again, they're not just throwing a number out there and saying, here you go. Page 2 of the loan estimate breaks that down and gives them specifics, how they came up with that $8,054. So within 3 days of loan application, we see the loan estimate. Now fast forward to 3 days prior to settlement. And 3 days prior to settlement, and this might be, yeah, it is. I'm sorry. That's the second page there. So you can see there the 8,000, or excuse me, the 16,054, and this is just the breakdown. And it's a very specific breakdown, isn't it? So we're telling the consumer almost penny for penny how we're coming up with those figures. So the loan estimate, now we can fast forward to 3 days prior to settlement. And 3 days prior to settlement, the lender is required to send the borrower the final closing disclosure. This isn't the final closing disclosure, but this is the final closing disclosure from the lender. Remember what we said, at some point near the end, the lender and the closing attorney are getting together and putting finishing touches on it. Before the lender sends it to the closing attorney, they're sending this CD to the buyer, understanding that there still may be some changes, but they're not going to be big and significant changes. They're going to be, small discrepancies. Once the closing attorney does their thing, once they put their finishing touches on it. So we're 3 days prior to settlement. The lender sends the borrower their closing disclosure. You can see again, loan amount, interest rate, monthly principal and interest, all the information now finalized. What's your estimated taxes and insurance, your estimated total monthly payment, cash to close. This was actually one of mine. This was a VA buyer I had. Look at how much my buyer had to bring to closing. This is what the VA program does. Is this not a great program for our vets? My girl was able to buy a house for how much money? That's what the VA does. This was a pretty, she was so excited, as she should have been, but this gives them that final breakdown. Again, that money is spelled out, is disclosed. Not just that we're going to give you a number, but that we're going to give you specifics. We're going to break it down and tell you how we came up with that number. This is my favorite part of the closing disclosure. I think this is the most helpful part. It's a side-by-side comparison for the buyer. This is what we told you at the loan estimate. This is what we're telling you now that it's final. And again, the burning question is, did this change? Yes or no? If the borrower doesn't have the loan estimate handy, the lender helps them out by doing that side-by-side comparison. So that's really nice. And then the second page here, we got buyers on the left, sellers on the right. So we break down the transaction per the party. And the bottom of the page, we see how much your buyer has to bring to closing. We also see how much your seller is going to get. TRID is a consumer protection law. And the consumer that they are protecting in this transaction is the buyer, because they are the ones originating the new loan. In this transaction, TRID does not care about the seller, because the seller's not the one originating. Everybody with me? If the seller has a loan out there, they're protected as being their own borrower. And one of the things that TRID says is they could care less if the buyer sees the seller's numbers. But they are not going to let the seller see the buyer. So because of that, it's very common in most transactions to have two CDs, one for the buyer and one for the seller, and to keep those separate. I will say, as brokers, oftentimes when we are sent the final closing disclosure for review, oftentimes the attorney sends both CDs to both agents in the same email. I need you guys to be very careful and not hit forward and send the seller the buyer's numbers. Does that make sense? Know what you're sending. So if you represent a party and you get both CDs, just make it a habit of only sending your party their CD. They don't need both of it. Does that make sense? I wish the attorneys, I don't know, to me it's kind of careless, but that's where you and I need to make sure that we're not letting the other party see each other's numbers. Because this is the buyer CD and TRID doesn't care if the buyer sees the seller side, that's why we're looking at the seller's numbers. And that's the only reason why we're. These two pages, this page here with the breakdown of the borrower paid and the seller paid expenses, and this page here with the summary of how much does your buyer have to bring to closing and how much is your seller going to hopefully get. These two pages are our focus tomorrow night. This is the closing disclosure that we're going to work. This is the CD that you have in your email that you guys are going to print and bring with you tomorrow so we can look over and talk about it. And we're going to break it down and look at specifics tomorrow night as well. So the big thing tomorrow night is the CD. So bring your math game with you tomorrow. Questions or comments on the loan estimate and the CD? All right, so that's that and that. And we need to go through this guy again. Here we go. All right. So the loan estimate, again, we talked about 3 days of loan application. The closing disclosure goes out within 3 days, of settlement. And there it is. The lenders have a duty to deliver the CD directly to the borrower within 3 days of settlement. In TRID world, a day is Monday through Saturday. In TRID world, Sunday and national holidays don't count. Whenever we're counting days, day one is always the day after receipt or execution. So today is Tuesday. If we receive the closing disclosure today, tomorrow is day one, Thursday is day two, Friday's day three. If we receive the CD today, there's no possible way that we can close prior to Friday. They have to allow that 3 days to allow the borrower to review the CD, make sure they're good, they don't have any questions, there's nothing that they need to address. If your closing was scheduled for Thursday and you're just getting the CD today, closing will be delayed. Remember, we said all those reasons that can cause delay. Failure to get the closing disclosure on time will cause that delay. And again, this is communication directly from the lender to the borrower. They have to prove personally delivered means that they have to prove that the borrower received it. So most lenders have like a software these days that, they create an account for the borrower and the borrower logs in and views stuff and signs off stuff and that kind of thing. And they can kind of timestamp it when they logged on, when they viewed it. It's kind of like a lot of what our healthcare providers are going to, where you have your own account. They send you an email and say there's a document in your account. You have to log into your account, look at it. The lender software is very, very similar. So they know when the seller or the buyer has seen it. And as far as we go, this is another place that we can really help in the transaction. The week or so before settlement, let your buyer know you are getting ready to get a very important email from the lender. And when you get it, I need you to stop and address it and sign it. Because if they don't sign it until Wednesday, now we got Thursday's day one, Friday, Saturday. Find me an attorney that's open on Saturday. And we know that the Register of Deeds isn't open, right? So if Saturday's the day, it's not going to happen, which means now we're not closing until Monday. So just make sure your buyer understands that they've got to sign this on time to ensure that they close on time, so we don't have that delay. So the borrower signs off on it 3 days prior to settlement. This is when the lender sends the CD to the attorney. The attorney and the lender come together and put their finishing touches on it. And then the attorney sends it to you and I to review and let our buyers know how much we have to bring to closing. So that's why it's important that we understand the CD. We know it's in the CD. You guys, we don't prepare the CD. The attorneys prepare the CD. You and I are just reviewing it for accuracy. And that's what tomorrow night is all about, to make sure that we're familiar with it so we can review it for accuracy. I hate to say this, but it's the truth. It's not a matter of if you find a mistake. It's a matter of when. And remember, we're dealing with buyers and sellers' money. So that whole old car thing, did you guys study old car and pre-licensing? Are any of you loads people? We look like we're all old car. Perfect. Old car. Old car says we have that duty to make sure that our buyers and sellers' money is accurate. Comments on the CD, the 3 days?
My favorite CD was the one where we got money back when we were buying our house.
Nice. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I mean, it was just our money back coming back to us, but
Still, it's kind of like when we bought our house. After I closed, I got a commission check. And I'm like, well, that's our home inspection. That's our closing cost. That's that was helpful to get money when you bought a house. Very, very helpful. Okay, so what does the seller see? Like we said, the consumer that TRID is protecting in this transaction is the borrower. TRID could care less about the seller. So TRID's going to make sure that the seller doesn't see the buyer's numbers. Once upon a time ago, when we went to settlement, everybody was all at the same table, all at the same time. Buyers, sellers, agents, everybody was stuffed into the same room at the same time. TRID said, nope. Now, if you have sellers attending, the sellers go into the room and do their thing. And then when they're done, then they bring the buyer in to do their thing. So they're even keeping them separate at the closing table. The other thing I just want to make sure that we're really good on, TRID is a lender law. So TRID's only around if the buyer's getting a loan. If it's a cash buyer, there's no lender, which means the rule is there are no rules. TRID is nowhere around for a cash buyer. The other hat that I wear, I'm an administrator at a real estate firm. So I have we have about 20 some agents, and I do, compliance and closings, and I, help make the wheels go around there. And because my agents know that I teach this stuff, they come to me on the regular to talk about, what would the commission say? And I can't tell you how many times my agents have come in just like foaming at the mouth. They violated TRID. Who do I call? And I'm like, well, let's just simmer down and talk to me. Buyers and sellers were at the same table and they can't do that. And my first question is always, was it a cash buyer? Well, yeah. Well, then the rule is there are no rules. So you guys just keep that in mind. TRID's only around when the lender's around. Everybody good with that? Attorneys may use the settlement statement. They may use the old school HUDs. Jeffrey, you might remember the HUD statement. what we had before these fancy closing disclosures we have today. So how the attorney
Much simpler.
proceeds with that, that's up to them. Yeah.
It was much simpler.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make things complicated. You know, so it goes sometimes.
Oh, one thing's for sure, you know a lot more today when you buy or sell a house than you did years ago.
And I think that's huge. You know,
it is. Yeah.
educate the consumer. I mean, I feel like I got lucky. I bought my first little place in 06, which was the housing market crash was, you know, it was coming up. I often joke that I was the last person in America to get a 100% conventional loan. Because shortly after that, they said, yeah, we're not doing that anymore, you know. But it was interesting to me because I was kind of on the tail end of, you know, what was getting ready to happen next. And after I bought is when things just went topsy-turvy and everything I thought I knew was was turns upside down. So
Mine was no documents. I didn't know doc. Yeah. So I just signed and
they just said sign here and you said okay. And now if y'all bought a house since I don't know, 2010, 2011, maybe even 2012, buyers stack of paperwork, I'm not kidding, is like this. It's like the attorney slaps down a ream of paper in front of you and says, all right, let's get to signing. You know, it's huge. But seriously, guys, most of this is the loan. You do away with the loan, you have a cash buyer. Now you only have paperwork, you know, a couple of things. So it really is the loan process that is the longest and often most challenging piece of the process. That's why it's important that we have lender buddies. If you haven't found lender buddies yet, you will. You'll start meeting them. They'll come to the office. They'll show up at your functions, but find you a couple lenders that you can work with, that you can trust, that you can recommend your buyers to. So as you can imagine, there's violations for things for violating RESPA, mostly fees. Remember that $25 Target gift card that you accepted because you recommended this buyer to this lender? Violating RESPA fines can add up to $10,000 per occurrence. So every time you accept a $25 gift card, you could be fined $10,000. Is it worth it? Not even. Not even. Oh, by the way, they could also send you off to the big house with the little windows for some time as well. So violating RESPA is a pretty big deal. So guys, I know. Oh, I know. I mean, trust me, when they did this kickback thing, agents were mad. You'd almost think that they made a living off of their $25 gift cards, you know, but they were livid. And it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Again, it keeps the transaction about what's best for the buyer and not what's best for me, which is the way it should be.
Can they fine for them offering it to us? I mean, we'll
give or receive.
Okay.
Yep.
So like we could say something to somebody if we got offered it. And
yeah. I would go to your BIC, you know, so-and-so offered me a gift card and see what or how they may want to proceed from that. But yeah. And if you take it, then you're, you know, RESPA's racking up now, right? So it's crazy. It's crazy. But again, it was you know, cruises, I've heard of stories of, we're going to give away a free iPad once every quarter. You know, all these incentives to send your buyers to them, but we kind of lost sight on what was important. So then the last section in chapter 14 is where we're going to wrap up tonight. We'll be most of tomorrow. We'll be all of tomorrow. We'll talk more about tomorrow's a big math night. That's what we need to know tonight. So you guys are going to print those CDs. And this last section is getting into the settlement statement, specifically the closing disclosure, settlement statement, whatever you want to call it. First, let's talk about our responsibility with these closing disclosures. As I just mentioned, we're not preparing these. We're never going to prepare these. The closing attorney and or lender will prepare those. However, what I'm responsible for is verifying the accuracy of the closing disclosure. But I can't be responsible for all of the numbers in the closing disclosure. I can only be responsible for the numbers that I know or for those that I reasonably should have known. So let's say you get the closing disclosure to review for your buyer or seller, makes no difference. You get the closing disclosure to review for your client, and we want to make sure that things like the purchase price is correct, the due diligence amount, the earnest money, seller paid closing costs. Where am I getting that information? How can I verify that it's accurate?
Purchase contract.
There it is. So as soon as you get a CD to review, the first thing I want you to do is pull out the offer to purchase and contract. Were there any amendments? We need to make sure that those amended, those newly agreed upon figures have made it to the attorney and the lender and have made it to the new CD. Other information that I can verify. We're going to talk tomorrow night about prorating. We're going to prorate some taxes. Can I verify that the taxes are right on the closing disclosure? We're going to talk about something called interim interest. Can I verify that's correct? Once we know, and we're in, and those are the types of things that we can make sure are correct. Another thing that we need to verify, many of our inspectors, maybe the surveyor, the home inspector, pest inspector, many of those people will let the buyer pay for the service at settlement. Now, some may say, if you pay for the home inspection in cash today, I'll knock 10% off. But the truth is, most people buying a house can't come up with that closing cost. So many will say, okay, we'll roll that into your closing costs and you can pay. I'll do the home inspection now, but you can pay me when it closes. When that happens, that home inspector is going to send you the invoice for you to send to the attorney to add to the CD. Everybody with me so far? So if you have seen the invoice, if you have your hands on that invoice, we now have a duty to verify that that amount is correct. If you never receive the invoice, then you can't verify it. So anything like that that you receive related to this transaction, we can definitely look it up and make sure that it's right. What about y'all's commission? We're going to verify our commission? Better believe we are, right? You know what I tell pre-licensing? Let's treat all the numbers on the CD as if it were our commission. If we're going to take good care of our commission, then we're also going to take good care of the buyers and sellers numbers. We want to verify our commission. Buyers agents, if the seller is paying your commission or the listing firm is paying your commission, you may not see the seller CD. Buyers agents, I need you to verify with the paralegal that it's correct. Does that make sense? If you can't see it, then I want you to verify it. True story. I was a listing agent. I received my seller CD and there was no commission on the CD. It just got left out. And I called the paralegal and I said, the buyer's agent and I want to get paid. And she said, and I quote, whoopsie. I'm like, oh my goodness. I don't know what that means, but what I do know is I'm glad I saw it. Now, my seller was the sweetest person in the whole wide world, and I believe after settlement, she would have sat down and wrote us out a check. That just makes me nervous. I'm glad I caught it ahead of time. Again, you guys, it's not a matter of if you find a mistake on these things. It's a matter of when. Humans prepare them. Humans make mistakes. The rule of thinking here is that the more sets of eyes we have on it, the better chance we have for accuracy. And that's what this is making sure those final numbers are right. An example of something I may not be able to verify. As the buyer's agent, I wasn't privy to that conversation between the buyer and the lender about, for example, charging a 1% loan origination fee. So if I see a 1% loan origination fee, I don't know, I can't verify it. But what I can do is look at that number and make sure it looks normal. 1 to 2, maybe 3% loan origination fee. If I saw an 8% loan origination fee, I would be on the phone with the lender asking about that. So while I can't verify it for accuracy, I can make sure it looks right. I can make sure it looks normal. So with these CDs tomorrow night, we're really only talking about debits and credits, and both parties have their own sets of debits and credits. The buyer will have debits and credits, and the sellers will have debits and credits. And how it shakes out in the end for the buyers, debits minus credits will tell us how much our buyers have to bring to closing. Credits minus debit tells us how much our sellers are hopefully going to get at closing. Could the sellers be in a situation that their debits are more than their credits? Could they owe money? Absolutely. Absolutely. So hopefully your seller's getting money, but in the event that they owe more than the property's worth, then we need to let them know what they need to bring. Hopefully, listing agents, you had this conversation with your seller back in the day when you listed the property. We had this conversation about their approximate balances, and hopefully this wasn't going to blindside anybody. Because if you call the sellers and say, we're going to closing tomorrow and this is how much you have to bring to the table, and the seller says, I don't have that kind of money, they can't pass clear marketable title. And if they can't pass clear marketable title, game over. So listing agents, let's have this conversation up front before we list. Can you afford to sell your home instead of finding us in a situation at closing? So don't go anywhere yet, but we are going to boogie out a little early tonight. I'm not a big fan of starting something and then like leaving it off. So let me say stop share. So tomorrow night, again, if you guys will print at least one CD, we'll look at that tomorrow night. We're going to do one together. And then I call it a recommended homework assignment. And we will look at the recommended homework assignment like next Thursday. So that gives you guys, over a week to look at the recommended homework assignment. There's lots of practice and learn, test, pass. This gives you guys the opportunity to review the CDs and make sure you're good with them so we can prepare you for that test. On your exams, yeah, sure. On your exams, you're going to have 4 questions from the closing disclosure. 2 of them are going to be the calculations. One of them is going to be how much does your buyer have to bring to closing? Another question is going to be how much is your seller going to get? The other 2 questions are, here's a screenshot, here's an image of a closing disclosure. What's wrong? So those 2 questions are more in line with what you and I are doing in the real world. They provide the information and we're reviewing it for accuracy. So you got 2 questions where you review it and find what's wrong. You got 2 questions where you're actually doing it, calculating it and actually doing it. And that's what we're going to work on tomorrow. What do we think? Thoughts, questions, concerns? Thought-provoking stuff, isn't it?
It really is.
So you guys are printing CDs for tomorrow night. I'm sending you an email in the morning with our Google Drive and our YouTube channel link. And then we'll look at some of those things in the Google Drive. We'll talk about that closing disclosure tomorrow. And then after that, we're done with 14 for now. So after tomorrow night, we'll be able to go back to normal and pick up 10 and 11. So now that we've closed, we got to go back and put it under contract. So a little out of order, but again, I like having you guys having the time to work those CDs, to play around with those numbers, to prepare you for the exams.
So we're doing
say, yeah.
10, 11, and 14?
Correct. Yep. 10, 11, 15. Yep. I will say if you can do the CD, we're going to work tomorrow, and the CD I'm given for a recommended homework assignment, you're going to be just fine for your test. So that's why we're doing the two that we're doing. Fair? Thoughts? Comments? All right. Y'all have a good night. Sleep fast. How many of you have to go to work in the morning? No, just me? Am I the only one? Oh, come on. That doesn't seem fair. Carrie, you going? Okay.
I have to. I'm a stay-at-home mom. Other than this, so
Oh, gotcha. So you work all the time. You're 24/7. Yeah. All right, you guys. Sleep fast. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow night, 5 o'clock. Yep,
Nice.
Gabe, I got you. Thanks. So let me stop recording here.
Have a good evening.
Good night.